Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom. Chabarim, Chabarim. Here, here, here. Shabbat Eve. Right here, here, here. Yes, it's been quite a month right here. High holidays, Shabbat Shalom, Yeshua Shalom, Yeshua Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Justice Peace. Or might say Jesus Peace, Justice Peace. Here, here, here. TJIF. Hopefully, ones can gather in a little bit. Slightly earlier than we have kind of jumped on. Preparing here, preparing after the high holiday season, 22, 23 days. Yeah, 22, 23 days, seeing that we were serving and giving thanks for the co-laborers, behind the scenes, also the chaverim with the audibles, and also you all, for tapping in, tuning in, and also being in the spirit and the truth, in the place and grace, during this Chag HaSukkot, Sukkot, tabernacles, pavilions, tabernacles. Greetings, greetings. Yes, Reginald. Yes, shalom, Reginald. Yes, I. Shalom to the brothers and sisters coming in, coming in, coming in. So right here, new semester. Really meditating on that. It's kind of a new season. It's a change of season right here. Torah calls it, as I've been saying over and over, the end of the year, because just meditating on the whole Rosh Hashanah vibes, and as well as the end of the year, what the scripture is saying right there. How are we to understand it? One thing for sure, right? Two things for certain, one thing for sure, one thing for sure, two things for certain, God and his word. One thing for sure and two things for certain right here is that the season definitely is changing. That's one thing it's observable. Also, the whole daylight savings time, of course, that is something that man does, but then even within the Torah way as well, there are those, the priests, the elders, the Levites, the watchmen, the judges, that take responsibility, within the community. Even when Yahweh says to Yisrael that 3 times in a year shall all the males of Yisrael, present themselves in the place. That means among them, entering into that covenant, to whom more is given, more is required. So right here, we're at the beginning of a new semester. We call this our discipleship year. From Shana to Shana, beginning right here, especially after we fulfill the third of the 3 times, the Feast of Tabernacles, in spirit and in truth. The Word became flesh and dwelt, that principle there of tabernacles, the spiritual, the psychological, the spiritual, the soul and the spirit, putting that word, preparing our ground. What's our ground? Well, we know the little ground. And by learning about that and then saying, chant, this is why Yahweh, right, through the prophets, and the wise ones, and also in and through the Moshiach, the living word, use those parables, those parables. Now, many of us may be city folk or have had a city or a shitty, a shitty or city experience. So we might not kind of know or be easily familiarized. So when we're reading certain things in the scripts, it might not really make, the full sense. So here's what we have to study to show ourselves approved. As we mentioned in Psalm 19, there are the 2 witnesses. The 2 witnesses of Yahweh Eloheinu, 2 witnesses of the blameless creator, of the Almighty. And that's the witness in the creation, nature, the natures, if you please, the natures or nature, and also that witness in Torah, right? In his word, in his revealed revelation, in his word, in his revealed revelation. So even by studying the Psalms, we learn about, and other areas, studying the scripts, you learn about important principles, and even how, here a little, there a little. Remember that right there? We're talking about here a little, there a little, right? And, we might look at that in different ways, but then when we start to see it, in the true way, we're like, yeah, we have to kind of study this here, Feast of Tabernacles, right? Dwelling in the Sukkah, abiding, and also the abiding of his word, and also the agricultural significance. There's a whole agricultural significance to tabernacles, right? So we have two truths, right? The agricultural reason for the season that we have just come through, because still we're adjusting. I made the analogy, so to speak, right? That it's like after the feast, the festival, right? So say, let's just imagine we actually go, right, to the holy place as they did in ancient times, right? And we're in the holy place, you know, and we are celebrating, during the seventh month, the seventh moon. And that means on the first day of the seventh month, right? Then we have the 10 days till Yom Kippur, right? Yom HaKippurim, should I say. And then we have 5 days after that to the Sukkot or tabernacles, right? Booths, right? The Feast of Booths or the Feast of Huts. And then that's like 7 days. And then Yahweh says, all right, you know, let there be a Shemini Atzeret. Let there be an eighth day of assembly. So not only just the 7 days, right, of feasting, of dwelling and tabernacling, right, and he and we and we and he and with one another. But then, right, we have another day. Now we now count that, we say chant, that's like 23 days. It's almost a whole month long, right? Basically, that feast, that celebration. What a wonderful thing, for people and for we as Yah's people to be on one accord, just experience that. But you know what? In spirit and in truth, we experience that and we've experienced that again, even in this Shana this year, um, partly in serving, here on the board, the host, and also with the fellow hosts, the co-laborers as well, and you all, the questions, the reasoning, the communication, the communion right here, and there is that which remains, right? So the joy, right? The fellowship, right? The how can I say, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a check-in. When we talk about a check-in, right? 3 times in a year shall all the males of Israel appear. That's like check-in, show up, right? Be visible. You know what I mean? In the place. It's like a check-in in the season. It's a strengthening to chazak, right? To be strong, be encouraged. That word to Yehoshua. Remember, we had the wizot ha-baraka. Remember the wizot ha-baraka? And this is the blessing, the 54th sabbatical study where we sealed up the Torah reading and feeding before we rewound, right? We rewind here to the beginning. So now here we're in Bereshith and not having a full Shabua unless ones and ones were studying it while in the Sukkah, right? While in the hut, while tabernacling in the tabernacle season. And, one could do that, that can be done, right? But here in the consistency, right? We have the Shabbat coming forward, and this is Shabbat Bereshith. Mm-hmm. Shabbat Bereshith in the beginning. So we'd like to share a couple of basics, on Shabbat Bereshith right here. Not just a couple of basics, but I think one basic, and that's like the first verse, right? The first verse. We caught this meme over here. Let's see if we can find this meme over here. But it was speaking about the hidden meaning, right? The hidden meaning. Some speak of the hidden meaning in Genesis 1:1, right? Bereshith. Is this it here? Okay. Yeah, the hidden meaning. And hopefully I'll be able to sort some of the slides because there's a lot of important slides. Sometimes we just let the slides slide by. Occasionally we'll pause it and go into a little bit of a build so we can unpack it. And hopefully ones can see why, why we thought it was significant and perhaps find some significance, and truth in it as well, some truth for themselves. But here, let me see if I can find this right here. Yeah, it was a still right here. We talk about the hidden meaning in Genesis 1 and 1, right? The hidden meaning in Genesis 1 and 1. Because it's like, ones want to know, well, the end. They say we're in the end times. Last days. Right? Okay. Maybe we're in the last days, in the end time. I'm not saying that we're not, right? Or the last of the last days, or the end of days, as it is. Right? But is that just hype? Do we really know what we're talking about? If we're not telling time correctly. For example, if somebody can't tell time and they're telling you like what time it is. Interesting, right? Right? A broken clock, is that the broken clock scenario, right? Or is that somebody that just don't know time, right? And if we're looking at the end, okay, let's look at Revelation. What's happening in Revelation in the end, right? But it says that he knows the end, right? Doesn't it say that he knows the end from the what? From the beginning. Well, here we've ended the Torah reading and feeding, and here we begin again, right at the beginning. Here is this audible right here, just a theme. So we're going to try to focus on themes of discipleship, you know, particularly, let's begin off right here with our Godfather, a word from our Godfather. Let me see if I have the right suitcase right here from our Godfather, the King of Kings. What he says concerning this important subject matter right here. Here we go, right here. Right, here we go. Here we go. It's almost like the marching orders, yeah? Let's clear the screen. Okay, it says, quote, the love, Gedamawi Haile Selassie, Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie the First, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Moa Anbesa, Zem Negedi Yehuda, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Gedamawi Haile Selassie, Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie the first power of the Trinity. Siyume Xavier, the chosen one of Xavier of God, the elect of God. Negusa Neges is Ethiopia, King of Kings of Ethiopia. This is the official, right, title and seal. Now, are there other titles to the anointing, right, to that messiahship? Yes, there are. But these are the basic ones of the seal, right, the imperial seal. Because sometimes when we'll go into and people will start to just quote off many biblical, you know, um, titles, so forth and so on. But are we doing it with knowledge? Like it says, they have a zeal. Is that about the zeal? Right? Having a zeal for God, but we have to do it according to knowledge, because the Master, right, the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, the High Priest, says, "Ye shall know the truth, right, and the truth shall set you free." Right? And we feel, we're freeing, right? We're freeing, but we're not fully free. The kingdom has come, but not fully, right? Therefore, we have our part to co-labor, right, with He who tabernacles and dwells and is with us and in us. So here, quote, the love shown by our God, by Amlakachin, Nemharik Amlakane, the Ge'ez, by Eloheinu, the Hebrew, our Elohim, to mankind, to humanity, should constrain all of us. Should. They didn't say that it will, but it should. Should constrain. It should constrain. Let's go over here, right here. Let's see if we can do this right here. Should constrain all of us who are followers and disciples of Christ. Boom. Followers and who? Followers and disciples. So what we're called to be. Huh? The God and that chosen man. Yeah, Rastafari, Jah Rastafari. What are we called to be? All right. We say, well, we take the name, but do we take the name in vain? All right. This is discipleship studies right here, right? It says the love shown, the love. Right? We're speaking about the chesed, like in the Hebrew, the attribute, the love, loving kindness, that mercy, loving kindness, the chesed that makes us truly chassidim, right? Saints in the true sense. Right, that was in the previous psalm right there. But let's just go through here. The love shown by Eloheinu, by our Elohim, by our God, our Creator, Almighty Power, to humanity should constrain all of us who are followers and disciples of Christ, of Moshiach. Is His Imperial Majesty speaking? Who is he speaking of? He's speaking to those who are followers and disciples, right, of Christ. Notice disciples, right? Disciples. I heard one say, I don't agree with him on other things, but this we agree. There's a whole broken clock thing there, yeah? That in the scripture, we don't get really a description of, quote, Christian, but or instruction from the master, but we do get it, right, for disciples. Now we're not rejecting the term, right, meshachim in the Hebrew, Messiahites, or in the Koine Greek, Christianoi, right, little Christ, or ones who have Christ. You know why they call them Cristiano? Why they call them Christian? Do you know the real reason why? It's because of the gospel that they preached, right? And the gospel they preach is based on the word that Robeno Yeshua HaMoshiach teach, right? And so what word did he teach? He says, I'll be with you. I will not forsake you. I'll be with you to the end of the world. So the world's still kind of going on, has not ended. He's still with us, right? He's with us. The same word that basically was said to Yehoshua, right? Old Testament Joshua, Yehoshua, right? Yeshua now said it to the disciples then and to the disciples now. So the disciples then, right, when they ask him about their God, their Christ, the one who you call Jesus, who is he to you? And where is he? When it says in the Psalm, they say, well, where's your God? Where's your God? All right. Well, where is he? When it says about the temple, that verse in the scripture talk about the temple, right? When it's about the temple, right? You know, what are we to know that we are the temple? Right? That word in the scripture. Let's see if we can bring that up. We're going to use it as a teachable moment on this first Shabbat after the high holy days. Right? After the high holy days. It's kind of like a reset. I've heard other people speak about that. But, the feast and the festival seasons, they are resets. Right? They are times of reset. Right? The times to reset. Because even with the season, there's an adjustment just when we're living off of the land, right? When we're living in the heritage or the inheritance, we're living in the land. There is here we go right here. Yeah. So it's a reset. It's a reset because here the ingathering of the crops at the end of the year, right? Fall festivals, Tikufat Hashana, right? The turn of the year, the revolution of the year, the change of the sun cycle, right? Out of the summer, the spring, summer, right? What would you have? You have the spring, summer, right? Right. And then we get into right here the fall, the so-called fall season, right? So these three seasons, these three times in a year, and then it says the end of the year, the end of the agricultural season. Then we're going into the winter months, the winter moons. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get the Book of Jubilees. In fact, some recommended books for discipleship study. Hopefully, we can provide the links. Right? I think we both have the PDF. I think the PDF downloadable is available, and it's a reprint and also a hard copy, right, of the recommended version, right, of the Book of Jubilee, the Ethiopic, here's how we like to say it, the Ethiopic Book of Jubilees, right? It's a very important book to study. So a couple of books as we're here in Genesis, right? And one thing I noticed about the season, once you come through the high holy season, it all depends on the year, the season, the time. Sometimes we have a little bit longer time, almost a week, to kind of study the next, the first Torah reading and feeding. Sometimes we have a little less time. So here we had, from I think the middle of the week, the fourth day, I think they call it the Wednesday, to where we're at right here, Shabbat Eve, the Friday. And TJIF, thank Jah. Rastafari, it's Friday. Thank you. Right, TYIF. Right, so right here, Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam, the first Shabbat, we can say, of the new Shana, the new cycle. And here we go into the winter moon. So a couple of recommended books, the Ethiopic Book of Jubilees. Right, we have that also. If we can maybe share our books link, right? The books link, right? The Ethiopic Book of Jubilees, right? That one by R.H. Charles, translated from the Ethiopic, the Ge'ez. And there is the Kevra Neges, right? Also was able to find in our search, right, the Kevra Neges within the Ge'ez text. Amazing. That was amazing. hallelujah for that, the kivud and the guess. Because we have we have the Budge translation. I know there's other translations, and some of them we've gotten just to compare, read, see what's similar, see what's different. But the Budge translation is something like the King James translation, maybe because he was English and he also was in that kind of school of thought. So, as we break down the KJV, and then compare it with the original scriptures, we can do the same thing with the Kevin and the Guess. We can do the same thing with the Book of Jubilee. So, these translations that we recommend by some classic scholars from bygone times, you know, um, we can also follow up on them. So we can read KJV under the translation and they say, okay, this came from the Hebrew or this came from the Greek. Okay, what does the Greek say? And see whether the translation holds up. And many times it does, many times. But there are those times that it just doesn't, and we've documented that throughout these podcasts. I definitely love to get a crew of ones, who can kind of suffer to, go over the old, some of the old shows, right, and give us themes. Say, yo, bro, on this show here, here's some of the themes that came out, because sometimes the themes are what people, we remember certain themes. Like right here, we're in creation, right? Genesis, creation, nature, the natures, yes, but that's two books right there. And then also we have Enoch, right? The Ethiopic book of Enoch. Right? These are three recommended books, and we do have them in the English translations, but for some of the scholars and ones that, be up to it, we can go into the Ethiopic and kind of, how can we say, we can fish, fish for ourselves. We can hunt for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So the translator says this, okay. Well, let me go look and see. I trust. Let's trust, right? Trust, right, in the truth, right? But also let's verify, right? Let's confirm it, right? These are all aspects of true and living faith, right? To trust, right, but to verify. So right here, those three books as we are beginning the book of Genesis. So those books there will be great and are excellent reference books as we study, right? As we study, they're part of the compendium that we'll call Talmud. Yeah, we got to take back these terms, man. Come on, get off that. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I mean? If a wicked man wear a pair of shoes, right? The shoes make him wicked, but now he's kind of made the shoes wicked in our minds. No, let's take back the shoes, right? Let him walk barefoot. Let the wicked boy walk barefoot, right? Or not at all, right? But right here, let's go over here, right, to the point about the temple. This is what remains, what abides, what endures. Like what endures after the high holy seasons. You know what I mean? It's like you go away on a vacation, or someplace, and you get back to your regular life and liberty. But there's some things that kind of stay with you. You know what I mean? Something stay with you, and hopefully for good. You know what I mean? Especially with the high holidays and the holy season. So here we're looking up temple and body, right? Right. I was thinking about the First Corinthians 6:19 verse, but as a bonus for study, we got the other verse too, John 2:21, and there it says, "But he spake of the temple of his body." Mm. The temple, which is basic. The basic type of a temple is a hut, is a sukkah, like Sukkot, right? The temple, right? And then we also have the tent. So we have these other words that also refer to the same essence: temple, Haykal, right? In the Hebrew, Haykal. We have tent, like the tent of meeting, ohel, right? Ohel, a tent. And then we also have sukkah, right? Sukkah is like a hut, like a shanty. But here it says, but he spake of the temple of his body, right? But he spake of the temple of his body. Let's just go into this right here, right? Right. Go into this right here. Then answered Hayehudim, the Judeans, the Judahites. Our people always, yeah, and said to him, what sign shewest thou to us, seeing that thou doest these things? And Yeshua, right, answered and said to them, destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. Now we can tell where their minds were. Their minds was just on the natural. Oh, look at the temple, the talking about the second temple, right? Or what some might refer to as Herod's temple, the temple that Herod did massive renovations to. You know what I mean? Herod, who was the Roman appointed king of the Jews. Yeah, right. So here Yeshua is talking about the temple, or he's in the presence of the temple, talking about it, right? Right. And then he says to them, destroy this temple in 3 days, I will raise it up. Then, right, said Ha Yehudim, the Jews, the Judeans, the Judahites, 40 and 6 years was this temple in building. Now remember what time we're talking. We're talking roughly somewhere near the late 20s, early 30s, right? AD time, right? And so we know that when the Judahites returned out of the Babylonian captivity during the time of three great men, Hebrew and Israelite Judahite men, Zerubbabel, right? And Joshua the high priest. Can't forget Joshua the high priest, right? Then we also had, right, Ezra, right? We have the book of Ezra for more information on that. And then we had Nehemiah, right? And that was nearly, almost 400, more than 400 years earlier. All right. So we have to understand time. This is why the apocryphal books, just another area of books and points of reference, the apocryphal books. So amongst other ones who are called Christians, like the Ethiopian Orthodox and the other Oriental churches, these apocryphal books also do contain, right, at least one of those three books, usually Enoch, right, Ethiopically, but the Book of Jubilees as well, right? And then the Kever Neges is the third of the three books, right, that are good study along books with these areas in Genesis, especially the opening areas, well, throughout the Book of Genesis. In fact, the Book of Jubilees kind of takes it from like creation, right, in this overall narrative, right, all the way to when the Israelites came out and they're like in the wilderness, the early stages of the wilderness, takes it to that particular point in time. So it's almost like the book of Jubilees, little Genesis, gives us a kind of a summary overview, right? And it points out certain points that might not be, so easily discernible, like within the canonized book of Genesis. But we'll get into some details because some might agree, some might disagree, and we're sometimes curious about the disagreements, right? To see whether the disagreements really so-called hold water, so to speak. But then the Jews said, right, to him, Ha Yehudim, 40 and 6 years was this temple in building. That's why I had this whole reasoning with a few ones about, is it the temple 70 AD, was that the second temple or was that the third temple? Right? That's the question. Was it the second temple? Because it was a temple of Zerubbabel, right? Right. And then it was that was the second temple. And then here it says 40 and 6 years. So Zerubbabel, this occurred more than 400 years earlier. And the apocryphal books, they fill in the gap. When you're reading the KJV, King James, the Standard King James Bible, once you get to like Malachi, the last book in the Hebrew Bible, and then you get to the New Testament scriptures, Matthew. So between Malachi and Matthew, right? The apocryphal books, right? Like with Maccabees, the third of the M's, Malachi, Matthew. But between Malachi and Matthew, there's the time of Maccabees. It's a 400-year period of time. So the 400-year period of time fills in the gap, as it were, right, of the narrative, right, between Ezra and Nehemiah, right? So we have the books of Ezra, Nehemiah, and then you can kind of go to the apocryphal books, right, with Maccabees and kind of fill in the gaps. And then when you get to Matthew, right, a lot of things that are there in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in particular, right, are contextual things that have been misinterpreted and misunderstood, right, in Western Gentile Christianity, especially among the Christian dumb, right? Yes, right. Yes, I mean it's just a fact of the matter, right? Was this temple in building? So here they're saying for 46 years. So this often is called the second temple. But there's a gap, right? What about Zerubbabel? Zerubbabel's temple, right? There was like a temporary kind of a temple, and then I think there was another building, right, that was done, and then Herod comes along with Roman backing, right, and he basically to ingratiate. Herod was an Edomite, but he claimed to be in religion, right, a Jew. So he was an Edomite, but in religion he claimed to be a Jew. That's why he's called, the king of Judea. But he was only made king of Judea not by a true anointing because he's Davidic, but because the Romans put him there to keep, the Yehudi, in check, in other words. But that's a whole other story right there. But 46 years. So we had one building that they said was being built for 46 years. Right. So when we talk about the second temple that got destroyed, that was the second temple that the Jews, right, and Herod, right, with Herod's backing. That kind of tells us about the politics too. When we start to look at the politics in the New Testament, this politics. See, if we understand the politics in the New Testament, then we surely will understand what's going on now, right here in this North Country in America, even in England, in the Western Gentile world, if we would understand. All right. But be that as it may, and wilt thou rear it up, right, in 3 days? Right. So now he said, but he spake of the temple of his body, right? He spake of the temple of his body. So this is kind of an interesting scene here because if you go over this, right? If you go over this right here, right? Let's go scroll down here. You go over this right here, right? This is talking about the Passover. That's the next feast and festival. So for the next 5 months, which are months of study. That's what I was about to say about Jubilees. In the book of Jubilees, around this time of the year, it says that because it was a change of season, right? After the tabernacle season, 7th month had fulfilled, it was turning winter. It turns winter, right? It becomes the winter months, the winter moons, right? So these are not really times for a lot of agriculture, whatnot like that. Kind of hunker down and you have to kind of pivot and shift. So it said that Abraham, right, who was, according to the book of Jubilees, taught the language of the Hebrews, right, and also certain manuscripts. He got certain books. So next thing about books, right, that Father Abraham, Abino Abraham, he studied, right, he studied over those 5 months, right. So when we saw that there, and we was already doing that, but then when we say chant, we're walking in that way right there. Would like to share this with others. So these next months, where we begin our discipleship study here, right? These next months until we get over to Passover, roughly around the March, April time, that's when the holy months begin, the Rosh Chodashim, the holy months, because of the holy part of the year. We're now out of season. So you might have heard before it said in season and out of season, right? Agriculturally speaking, right, when Passover begins, we are in season, right? When Passover begins, we are in season, right? But then, right, after we get to the 7th month, 7 months after Passover, right, we go into the out season. That's why the key instruction is, and when you gather in your crops, right, at the end of the year. So here it says, and the HaYehudim, the Yehudi Pesach or Passover, right, was at hand, right, was at hand. And Yeshua went up to Jerusalem, right? Let's go over here. Yeshua went up to Jerusalem. You know what the Holy Spirit just showed right here? When it says, and the Jews Passover, could be, oh, well, that's the Jews Passover. It's Israel. It's not the Jews. Actually, the scripture says it's Yahweh's, right? It's the Passover, Pesach, la Yahweh, right? But one may ask the question, why does it say the Jews Passover? And because I'm speaking about these other books like the apocryphal, so-called apocryphal books, and Maccabees, filling in the gap between Malachi and Matthew. So this is why there's so much kind of confusion, because from the last book in the Hebrew Old Testament, right, to the first book in the New Testament, there's over a 400 year. You hear? 400 year. It's over a 400-year gap. Yeah. Can you rewind? Can you rewind it? Rewind the pic and maybe just still it for a moment, right? Because that's some of the Shabbat presentations right there. Right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that right there. Yeah. Yeah, that one. No, 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 no. It was a man and a woman. Yeah, the man and woman one. Yeah, yeah, right there. Give thanks, give thanks. So let's get to this point right here. Another discovery right here. They call it the Jews Passover because something that we had read the other night when we was going over, I think, Jeroboam. You know how Jeroboam has split the kingdom. You know, I mean, well, how Rehoboam and Jeroboam, Solomon's son, right? Solomon's son, the other son, Solomon's other son, Solomon's other son, and Jeroboam, who came out of Egypt when he started to do this worship up in the north, right? So he had like a fake tabernacles, right? He had fake Sukkot. He did it in the 8th month on the 15th day, right? Because he felt that if the people went down to Jerusalem to worship, right, then all would recognize that Rehoboam, Solomon's other son, right, was king, right, in Jerusalem, and basically he would be killed. So, in order to keep his reign going and his counterfeit, Northern Israelite government, the counterfeit, the fake, people talk about fake Israelites. In a sense, he was being fake as far as covenant, speaking about Jeroboam. So, what he did is he instituted other festivals in the north, right, to kind of replace Yahweh's festivals that was to occur where he said his name in Zion, right, in David's city, and in Jerusalem. Right. So when it says the Jews Passover, right, when I was just reading it there, I said, oh, Chan, that's why it talks about that was when the split, right? There was another type of Passover that was going on in the north, right, when the 10 tribes was there. And then even after that, when other peoples was brought in, the king of Assyria brought other people in, right? The scripture says that they didn't know how to worship the God of the land. Things was happening to them. Animals, lions with bears was eating them up, so that they felt that they needed to know the God of the land, right? So they brought in some priests from the Israelites who taught them how to observe the God of the land. But now understand the reason why they were kicked out, the 10 tribes, 9.5, 10 tribes, because they was not in the way, the truth, and the life. They had broke the covenant, right? And then Jeroboam was the one that instigated it when he had an alternative. He started alternative tabernacles in the next month, and then they even blocked the roads. They will block the roads so that a northern kingdom, Israelite, could not go down to Judah to worship and to observe. So he created a schism, like an alternative, right, form, like a denomination, right? Or when people loosely use this idea of mansion. In my father's house, there's many mansions, like as it's a reason just to do whatever they will and not the Father's will, right? So it's kind of interesting because there was a Jews' Passover was being faithful, right, to Yahweh's Passover, right, while the Samaritan and the Northern Kingdom split Israelite Passover was not. You know what I mean? So when we talk about the Jews' Passover, that's the context there. It's a Judahite Passover. So even in the New Testament, they are conscious of their history. And the reason why most may not see what I'm saying to be true is because they don't understand, the narratives. There's a gap. There's a gap in their understanding between Malachi and Matthew. There's a big gap, right? When you fill in that gap, right, and understand what happened right there, it was the Judahite. The tribe of Judah had returned after 70 years. The Israelites did not, right? But here when it says the Jews' Passover was at hand and Yeshua, right, went up to Jerusalem. That's another reason why you see this kind of dichotomy between the Jews and the Samaritans. So when Yeshua says, hey, what about the Good Samaritan? He gives the parable of the Good Samaritan. It's not saying the Samaritans are right and accurate, but it means that even the Samaritan with their wrong religion or their wrong worship, right, might actually have a heart to do good, while you may have those who have the right worship, right, but their heart wasn't to do good. In the parable that Robeno, that Yeshua gave about the man that was going to Jerusalem and thieves came upon him and beat him up and robbed him and everything, and another fellow Judahite crossed the road, the Levite, everybody left him, but a Samaritan came along, right, and took care of him, took him to like a physician, paid his medical bills, and all of that, right? But let's go on right here, right? So, and found in the temple those that sold oxen and sheep and doves. Now, notice Selling was not bad, right? Because some people might twist it and say selling was no, no, no. What was wrong here is this was found where? Found in the temple, right? Because now notice this: when one went to the temple or the tabernacle, right, you went with your prayer, petition, your offering, right? That's what you went with. You didn't go to the temple, the tabernacle, and say, any Levite is selling anything, any priest is selling any oxen or cattle or doves. I need to have an offering. No, you had to go bring it. You had to bring it, right? You wasn't gonna go buy it, especially in the temple. It could have been like, down the block, or like several blocks away across the Ave or somewhere, but in the temple, right? That's the problem. Not the selling, but where they were selling, they were violating the sanctity, right? By selling, by doing merchandise, right? Those that sold oxen and sheep and doves and the change of the money said, now you got to imagine what this must have been like, right? While people were supposed to go there prepared to worship, right? They are actually going there. It's like a one stop. It kind of reminds me when they say that now they're going to have the ATMs. I don't know if you heard that one right there. They said they're going to have the ATMs in a lot of these churches. I mean, in the churches. I mean, the church is like it's like a mall. Like you go to the church, it's like a mall. I mean, that's what they had right here. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? Right. And when he made a scourge of small cords, he drove them all out of the temple, right? And sheep and the oxen, and poured out the changers' money and overthrew the tables. Notice what right there. You don't see him doing anything to the doves. You notice that? No mention of the doves. Right? Now remember that the dove in the Hebrew is Jonah. The dove in Hebrew is Jonah, like Jonah, right? But Hitler says, and he said to them that sold doves. So he didn't just so notice something. When you see those movies, those fake kind of Jesus movies, some of them have, we want those movies to be good, those of us who truly seek to have the true faith. But then sometimes, it's like, oh man, we can get over, the lie against his humanity, you know what I mean? Or his ethnicity as one of we. But then sometimes they don't even be reading the Bible elsewhere. Right? It's like in those movies. I think I've seen one where this scene is being acted out, right? And then you see the birds flying up in the air. Like, what, the birds? He just knocked over the bird cages and stuff. Like, wow, he was really angry. But then I had to repent. Like, oh no, that's not what happened. I read and it said, right? He said to them that sold the doves, the world that sold the dove, take these things. You notice that? Right? So he took the scourge, right, to drive out like the animal, the cattle. When you're making the cattle graze or go out of the barns or whatnot like that. You know what I'm saying? Or the pens, so forth and so on, right? But he said to those who sold doves, take these things hence. So when we see in the movies the scene acted out where Jesus drove out the money changers, and then you see the birds be flying, like he knocked over the bird cages and stuff. That's a lie. Because here it clearly says he said to them that sold the doves, take them from here, right? Make not my father's house a house of merchandise. And his disciples remembered that it was written, right? The zeal of thine house have eaten me up. I think this is Psalms 2 as well, right? This is Psalm, right? Then answered Hayehudim, the Judeans, and said to him, what sign shouldest thou? Okay, that's what we get right there, right? But here he's speaking about the temple of his body, right? So we have that in the gospel. Now, here's the part that I wanted to be reminded of. It says, what? What? Question mark. What? Ma? Right? Ma. Right? What? Know y'all not? Know y'all not? Don't y'all know? Are you ignorant? Not knowing? Right? That your body, see right there, that our body, right, is a temple. So in the Brit Chadash sense, even if we're in the land and we decide that, hey, Yahweh is blessing our land and we're going to make a sukkah, a shanty, right? And we're going to sit in it and eat our meals and fellowship, for 7 days. Great, right? But what? Know you not? Don't you know that even though you're in that kind of tabernacle, right, or temple, right, so to speak, that your body truly is the temple of the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, right, that is in you. But notice what it says here, that you'll have of Elohim, right? So it's not something that we can just have it because we say we have it, but we only have it because of Elohim, and ye and y'all, that we all are not our own. Right. So right there. Let's go over here. So the love shown by our God, right? Eloheinu, right? The teaching, give us the teaching of his majesty, because we don't want no devil's philosophy, right? Give us the teaching of the love shown by Eloheinu to humanity, right? Should, right? And we pray that it would, right? And it will, and it does, but should constrain all of us who are followers, all of who? Us, I, us, who are followers and disciples of Moshiach, right, of Messiah, right? Now, who is Moshiach, right? Who is Moshiach? Yeshua. Who is Yeshua HaMoshiach? He is the high priest of I salvation, right? In a very interesting relationship to the coronation, the anointing coronation of his majesty, in the order of the coronation, Sarata Nix as well. But let's go on here, right? Should constrain all of us who are followers and disciples of Moshiach, of Christ, anointed, to do all in our power, right? All in our ability, our power, to see to it that the message of salvation, the good news, the gospel, the good news, the message, right, is carried to those of our fellows, right, for whom Moshiach, Messiah, our Savior, right, was sacrificed, but who have not had the benefit of hearing the good news, the benefit of hearing the gospel, the benefit of hearing the good news. So right here, Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam, right? First Shabbat here in the Shana, first Shabbat here, right, in the year. Right? I know ones are going, there's reasonings, concerning the year, the new year, but definitely going to unpack it because here we're experiencing it right now, right? The turn of the year, the change of the year, and the Torah says so right here. But here we begin, right, our discipleship, Shana, here with the first Torah reading, feeding, right, from Genesis, the Hebrew book, first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's known as Genesis, right? But hear this right here.
Whom
This is Isaiah. This is one of our key words right here. This is Isaiah chapter 28, verses 9 to verse 14, the A part of the verse.
whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people, to whom he said, This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. But the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, 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 hear the word of the Lord.
Semet Selah, Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes. So first thing, lighting the lights, the daughter of the house, the virtuous woman, daughter of the house, usually for the Shabbat time, lighting the Sabbath candles. And already here, it's night over here, but good evening, Erev Tov, Lila Tov. Good night, Lila Tov, and Erev Tov to those who may be in a part of this earthly plane where the sunlight is shining, where it's daytime or it's breaking of day. So Boker Tov as well. So right here, Shabbat Shalom. Right here.
Sanctifying our time. Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, lidlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and don't bother go on like you're poorly. And you, Mrs. Holy, I'm on a chat to not if you're a chat to you. You better listen what I'm on a say. You better remember the Sabbath day. Man, me say you better keep it holy. Me say if you go feed the book, make me take a look. Go feed the book, make me take a look. Me say remember the seventh day. Man, me say you must keep it holy. Hear what I say. Ja, wa, wa, ja, Rastafari. I and I give thanks and praise. For in 6 days, just seated and rest upon himself. Yeah, and make the 7th day an holy day. So why shall not man do the right thing? I would say, remember the 7th day. Man, I say to keep it holy. You miss a cool it. Oh, yeah. Why John Tom say never they'll keep it holy? Because the man never show him that in the Bible. Go let me show you something. Remember the 7th day. Come let me tell yourself, remember the 7th day. Man, you better keep it holy. Jah make 6 days, and Jah take 6 days, and make the earth and the world, and make man a certain amount of time this man can know themselves. You better keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Cooley. Keep it holy. Come here, Mr. Cooley. Now go on like you're cooley. No, you I love and not another. You may change, but I never just keep it holy. Yeah, for man shall not live by bread alone, but by the word that speaking of the mouth of Rastafari, the Almighty, I with his dread upon his head. Rastafari, the Almighty, I to keep it holy. Come on at the dread, for we keep it holy. Come on at the dread, the right for the dread, and the left for the ball, the right for the dread. A man and then the left for the ball. Why the ball won't speak the truth and speak never? Cause it's what it will, I don't know. Man, me say to keep it holy. Sister, come on down and make we keep it holy. John, I say you shall do the thing that Rastafari do in this time until that time. Yeah, come on down and tell me. Remember the 7th day. Come, Mr. Cool, if you keep it holy. Come and make we share up the golden book. Man, you better take a look at the Almighty works in times gone by. Only for man used to feel it, but the Almighty could stand until it's hour. Make we keep it holy. Come here, brother, cool it. Keep it holy. My brother, cool it. Keep it holy.
Lion of Judah.
I and I.
Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom.
So here, let's start out more or less in the order right here. First things first, a chant, and a welcome chant. Shalom, Chabarim. Right, Shalom Aleichem, right here. Shalom Aleichem, Shema Yisrael.
Shatkem. Shalom Aleikum. Malake ha-shareta malake elyon. Mi malek malke ha-melakim. Ha-kadosh. Baruch hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One. Blessed be He. Boakem le shalom malake ha shalom malake elyon. Mi melek malke ha melakim ha kadosh baruch hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu le shalom malake ha shalom malake Elyon. Mi malek malke ha melakim ha kadosh baruch hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch hu, blessed be He. Etkem, Tza'atikem le shalom malake ha shalom malake Elyon. Mi malek malke ha melakim ha kadosh baruch hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch hu. Blessed be He, be who He be. Shalom, Alei, Kalei, 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 And the Yahweh spake to Moses, saying, Speak to Aharon and to Benaiah, his sons, saying, On this wise ye y'all shall bless the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Israel, saying to them, Dabir il Aharona we illa Benaiah wa lemora, Koh, Tivarku et Bnei Yisrael amor lahem. The Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Ye barekeka Yahweh we yisha mereka ka. The Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious to thee. Yair Yahweh Panayo Leka Huneka. The Yahweh, he who we be, lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee shalom, and give thee peace. Yisa Yahweh Panayo Leka we Yasem Leka Shalom. And they shall put my name upon the Bnei Yisrael, and I will bless them. We Sa'uet Shemi all Bnei Yisrael Wa'ani And here,
Kabbalat Shabbat. Welcome in the Sabbath, the 6th Psalm, Psalm 95 to Psalm 99 plus Psalm 29.
Shabbat Shalom.
95. Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation, salvation, salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, thanksgiving, thanksgiving. And make a joyful noise unto him with song, with song, with song. For the Lord is a great God, great God, great God. And a great King above all God, above all God, above all God.
ומלך גדול על כל אלוהים,
above all God, above all God, above all God, above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, 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 rest. Psalm 96. Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, כבודו, כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh, For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth. His truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צד זין.
The Lord reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, רבים, רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון תספור, 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 תספור.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, his round about, his round about, his round about, his round about.
ותלהט סביב שריו, 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 שריו.
His lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings.
העירו ורקע תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, עשה, עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, 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 קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands, let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט'
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, 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 מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubim. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ, הארץ, הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is
קדוש
holy,
הוא,
for it is
קדוש,
holy,
קדוש, קדוש, קדוש.
The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy.
קדוש הוא, קדוש, קדוש.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies, and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God, and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, הרעים, הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Send me to
Sleeker. Here we have the Ana Bekoach. Interesting that Bekoach, the voice of the Lord, called the Yahuwah, right? Bekoach, in power. So here, the Ana Bekoach, right here. Let's see which version here. Well,
Ana b'koach gedulata yamineka tatira sterura. O Lord, we beseech thee to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagarenu aherenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I, O thou who art tremendous. Na gibor dorsheya yehudeka kavavata shamrein. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as the apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema taherema rachemea tzidkateka tamida gamleim. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful righteousness. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'ehe li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent regards thy people, and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmas aekatenu yodea ta'elumot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, for ever and ever.
Shabbat Shalom.
Here, Leka Dodi, here sealing out the Kabbalat Shabbat, welcoming of the Sabbath. Leka Dodi, here.
Leka Dodi, Likrati Kala, Pne Shabbati and Nikabala. Leka Dodi, Likrati Kala, Pne Shabbati Nikabala. Shamor Wizakora Bidibor Hada, Hisham Anu El Ham Yuhad. Yeah, Yahweh. Adonai Echada Ushmo Echada L'Shem Ulatif Ereta We Litahila. Leka Dodi, Likrati Kala, Pnei Shabbati Nikabala. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Let us make I welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Leka Dodi, Likrati Kala, Pnei Shabbati Nikabala. Shamor Wizachora Bidibor Echada. Observe and remember the Sabbath a day. Hishami Anu El Ham Yuchad. The only true good, true God, cause I to hear in a single utterance. Yah, Yahweh, Adonai Echad, Ushmo Echad, Jaja. We have Jaja in the Siddur, Yah, Jaja, Echad. Adonai is the one. Yahweh, Jehovah is the one. Yahweh Echad Ushmo Echad, and his name is one. L'Shem Ulatifa'ereta Ve'litahila, to his renown and his glory and his praise. Leka Dodi Likrati Kala Pene Shabati Nekabala Likrata Shabbat Lekua Witnilka Ki Hiya Mikora Habrata Merosh Mikedema Nisuka Sofa Ma'ise Be'er Machishava Techila. Come, make I and I go to meet the Sabbath, the wellspring of blessing, of baraka. From the beginning, me Rosh. From of old, Mik Adam. It was ordained, last in production, first in thought. Leka Dodia Likrati Kala B'nei Shabbatia Nikavala. Mik Adesha Meleka Ira Meluka Umi Siya Mitoka Ha Hefeka Ravlach Shaveta Bi'imeka Habaka Huwa Yachmola Alaycha Chemla. O sanctuary of our King, Mik Adesha Melek, O regal city Ira Meluka, arise. Go forth from thy overthrow. Kumi Tzi'i Mitoka Ha-Hefeka. Long enough, Rav Lach. Long enough hast thou dwelt in the valley of weeping. Rav Lach Shaveta Bi'imeka Habaka. Verily, he will have compassion upon thee. I. Wehua Yachmola Alaycha Chemla. Leka Dodia Likrati Kala B'nei Shabbatia Nikabala Hita Na Eri Meya Afara Kumi Livashia Bigdeya Tif Artecha Ami Al Yada Bena Ishaya Beta Ha Lachmi Kara Hilla Nashia Ge Allah. Shake thyself from the dust. Arise, put on the garment of thy glory, Ami, O my people, through the son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite. Draw thou nigh, near to my soul, to my psyche. Redeem it, redeem her. Leka Dodia Likrati Kala B'nei Shabbatia Nikabala. Hita orari, Kiava, Orecha, Kumi, Ori, Shira, Daveri, Kavoda, Yawa, Alaicha, Nigala. Arouse thyself, Hita orari, arouse thyself, Hita orari, for thy light is come, Ki ba Orech. Arise, shine, Umi, Ori. Awake, awake, give forth a song. The glory of Chaja, the glory of Yahweh, of Jehovah is revealed upon thee. I, speaking to she. Hita orari, kiva orecha, kumi, ori, shira, dareri, kovoda yawa alayecha nigala, lecha dodia likrati kala, b'nei shabbatia nikabala, lo tehoshi, lo tikalmi, ma tisha tochechi, ma tahaimi, bacha yechesu, ye ami with nivaneta ir Allah tilaha. Be not ashamed, Lord devoshi, neither be confounded with Lord tikalmi. Why art thou cast down, and why art thou disquieted? Ma tisha tochachi, ma tahimi. The poor of my people trust in thee. Bach, Jesu, ye ami. Ami. The poor of my people, ami. Trust in thee, and the city shall be builded on her own mound. ניבה נטה עיר על תילחה לקראת אותי לקראתי קלה בני שבתי הנקבלה והיו לימה שיסה שו סייך ורחקו הכל מבעלייך יסיסה עלייך אל חייך כי מסוסה Chatana ala kala, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. With hayu, lima shi sa sho sayich, and all that would swallow thee shall be far away. With rahaku kola ne bala ayich, thy God, thy true good shall rejoice over thee, as a bridegroom rejoiceth over his bride. Yasi salaycha Elohayich, ki sosa hatan al kala lekadoti likrati kala b'nei shabati nekabla yamin usa mol tifa rotzi We'eta yawa ta eritzi al yad isha bena parzi we nisa mecha we nagila. Thou shalt spread abroad on the right hand and on the left. Yamin usmola tifarotzi, and thou shalt reverence, respect Jehovah. Jaja, we eta jaja, we eta yawa ta iritzi al yad isha ben parzi, through the offspring of Perez, we I and I also shall rejoice and be glad. We nisa mecha, we nagila lekadoti likrati kala b'nei shabati nekabala, bawi bishalom itareta ba ilaha. Kama be simcha uwa be sahala tok aimune amsugula bawi kala. Come in peace, thou crown of thy husband. Bawi bishalom itreta ba ilaha, with rejoicing and cheerfulness. Come, be simcha, uwa be sahala, in the midst of the faithful, of the chosen people. Tok, aimune, amnasagula, bawi kala, come, O bride, bawi kala, come, O bride, bawi kala, lekadoti likrati kala, b'nei shabati nekabala, abala.
Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
Whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Glory be to my God and King. Glory be to the supreme being, Rastafari, the anointed one. Haile Selassie rules from Zion. Wherever you you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Don't you worry of people's politics. Don't you worry of the preacher man's liars. For you and me, we are imperfect. Jah alone is the one I salute. Him alone is the one you should serve. Him alone is the one you should praise. Him alone, defender of the faith. Him alone stands for the truth. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He's the provider. I know sometimes you feel hopeless. I know sometimes you feel helpless. Don't you give up. Trust in the Father. For the Father, He's the provider. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away. Wherever you go, whatever you do, brothers and sisters, keep the Sabbath day and chase the devil away.
Shabbat Shalom, Sanbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom, Shalom Chaverim.
Sanbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made. Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. Mark chapter 2. Verse 27, it says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, who came first? Man or the Sabbath? Wait, who came first? Who was created first? Man was created on the sixth day. What was the very first thing that man was allowed to do? The only thing he could do is rest. He was created to enter into rest.
You get it? You get it? You get it? You get it right there? One more time right here, you know, concerning the Sabbath. Yes. One more time. Can you hear me? Can be heard? Am I being heard? Yes. Yes. So you hear me? Okay. Yeah, there was a little mic drop right there. Yeah, some strange things been happening. Let's just play this cue right here for a moment.
6 days shall thou
Okay.
labor, and the seventh day
Yeah.
take thy rest.
You
And
hear?
although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. I mean, Mark chapter 2. Verse 27, it says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, who came first? Man or the Sabbath? Wait, who came first? Who was created first? Man was created on the sixth day. What was the very first thing that man was allowed to do? The only thing he could do is rest. He was created to enter into rest.
That's a very, very good point. Very simple, but very good point. And so much in that point right there.
Shabbat shalom.
I have to get that brother's name right there, but because of what he said right there, it segues with this here for the Sabbath day as a word, a reminder, right? A scripts to read right here. Here we have Genesis chapter 2, and here we have Benjamite, right? Instrumental by Rico Dubwise. Right here, it's a Sabbath day. This word here for the Sabbath day. It's a reminder of the reason, right? The reason for the season. So now, here as we come into the out season, right? In season, 7 feasts, festivals. After that is fulfilled as here, right? The only feast we really have a holiday, so to speak, good day, in the sense of the Shabbat day. So the Shabbat day right here, the reason.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything bless. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the fourth commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Yes, it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat. Yes, it is the holy day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
B'Shem Ha'ab Ve'Haben Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Achad. In the name of the Father Ha'ab, and of the Son Haben, and of the Holy Spirit Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Achad. He who he, the one. Bereishis Aleph. Bereishit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve et haaretz ve haaretz hayta tohua ve bohua ve choshekta al pnei tehom ve ruach Elohim merachefet al pnei hamayim. The first book of Moses, the first book of Moshe, called Genesis, Sefer Bereshit. First book of Moses, the Hebrew book of Genesis, chapter 1, the original creation. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve et haaretz. In the beginning, Bereshit, Elohim created the heavens, Ha-Shemayim, and the earth, Ha-Aretz. The earth made waste and empty by judgment. Verse 2. And the earth was a tohu, and the earth was without form and void, and choshek. Darkness was upon the face of the tehom, the deep, and the ruach, the spirit, irit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. The new beginning, the first day, light, diffuse. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was tob, that it was good. Ki tob, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness, and Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And evening. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Vayhi erev, vayhi boker, yom echad. The second day, vapor above
water below, verse 6. And Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And Elohim made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening, Erev, and the Boker were the second day. The third day, land and sea, plant life appears. Verse 9. And Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together to one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, and herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. Kitob. And the evening, the Erev, and the Boker, the morning, were the third day. The fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars become visible. Verse 14.
Bereshis Aleph Sheni. Vayomer Elohim Vehi Me'orota Bi'arki'ah HaShamayim Le'havdil Bein Hayom Ubein Halayla V'hayu Le'otota Ula Mo'edim Ula Yamim V'Shani.
Verse 14. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was. And the evening, Erev, and the morning, Boker, were the fourth day. The fifth day, the second creative act, animal life. Verse 20. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And Elohim created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw, that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening, Erev, and the morning, Boker, were the fifth day.
Bereshis Aleph Shelishi. Vayomer Elohim Totze Haaretz Nefesh Haya Le Miyanaha Beheima Wa-Remesa We-Haito Aretz Le Miyanaha
The sixth day, 1. The fecundity, fruitfulness of the earth after the creative work of the fifth day. Verse 24. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw, he told, that it was told, that it was good, that it was good, that it was the good. Sixth day, 2nd. The creation of man, verse 26. And Elohim said, Wayomer Elohim na'iseh Adam bis alamin kiyadir mudeh. Let us, I and I, make man in our I and I image, after our I and I likeness, I and I likeness, I and I likeness, I and I likeness. Yirdu. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him, male and female created he them. Waya yibra Elohim etaha Adam bis almo bis elem Elohim bara oto zakar unekeba bara Otam. The first dispensation, innocency. The first or Adenic covenant conditioned the life of unfallen man. Verse 28. And Elohim blessed them, and Elohim said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And Elohim said, behold, I've given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, to you it shall be for meal. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. I have given every green herb for meal. And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and hine, behold, look and see, it was very good. And the evening, Arab, and the morning, Boker, were the sixth day. First book of Moses, Hebrew book of Genesis, chapter 2. The Sabbath rest of Elohim, type of the believers, the Mitmenan, the faithful's rest in the finished work of redemption. Verse 1. Thus, like this, Hashemayim, the heavens, and Haaretz, the earth, were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created. And made. Bereshith Beit Revi'i. Here, give ear. Here for the Sheni, the second Aliyah, second up offering for this Shabbat Bereshith, Sabbath in the beginning. Eile Toldot HaShemayim Ha'aretza Behi Bara'ama Beyoma Esota Yahweh Elohim Aretza Shamayim. Eile Toldot, these are the generations. Eile Toldot HaShemayim, these are the generations of the heavens. Eile Toldot HaShemayim. Ha'aretza Behi Bar'am Beyoma Esoti Yahovah Elohim Aretz Shamayim. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created. Eile Toldot HaShemayim Ha'aretz Behi Bar'ama Beyom, in the day that Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah Elohim made earth and heaven. Beyom Esoti Yahovah Elohim Aretza Shamayim. Summary of the creation work of chapter 1, verse 4. These are the generations of HaShemayim, the heavens, and Ha'aretz, the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Yahweh Elohim made the earth and Hashemayim, the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. The creative act of Genesis 1, verse 27 described. Verse 7. And the Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul, the habitation of unfallen man, and the Edenic covenant. Verse 8. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia, the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. Hiddekel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And Yahweh Elohim and the Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the garden of Eden, to dress it and to keep it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, O Ra'ah, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. And Yahweh Elohim said, and the Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Yes. So right here, Bereshit, the first two aliyahs, two readings, and Bereshit, Genesis here, picking up discipleship at the top. Bereshit, in the Reshit. Now, when we're studying, on the rightful, how can we say, the spirit, the letter, there's a letter of the Ivrit, the Hebrew, and there's also the spirit, how enunciate it. So that's an older recording. So there I said Barashit, actually Bereshit more correctly. And this kind of leads to a little bit of a segue right here. Let me look at the time here. Something we wanted to share, a little bit of reasonment here, right? And the key right here, we got up to the point where the man was formed from the dust of the ground, right? The man being formed from the dust of the ground. But let's get back to the beginning. In the beginning, Bereshit, right? What is in Bereshit, right? And why knowing this beginning, right? What's in the beginning and the testimony thereof. So this we call the Reshit of Bereshit. Again, we call this the Reshit of Bereshit, connected with Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, right? Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22 to 36. I think originally we was talking about the ratio of variation, but just to keep it plain right here, it's bringing out the beginning, right? He told us the end, right? The end from the beginning. So this right here, let me see if we get this audible right here. This is kind of like a short overview right here of a more detailed teaching. The Reshit in Bereshit, the connection with the book of Proverbs. Chokmah. What is Chokmah? Chokmah is wisdom, right? Chokmah is wisdom. So here, the beginning, Bereshit. And now when it says in the beginning, that's one way to interpret Bereshit, right? But also Bereshit is in Reshit or by way of Reshit, right? So we're going to touch on this a little bit of the Hebrew here. This is a short audible right here, right? Speaking of Elohim, the creator, right? Elohim, when referring to Yahweh, Eloheinu, as the creator, as the judge, as the almighty power. So this here is connecting Chokmah and what we call the Hebrew, right? Or the Hebraic Trinity. Right, the Hebrew Trinity. So right here, a little short audible here.
Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shamayim ve et ha-aretz. In the beginning. Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shamayim ve et ha-aretz. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens, ha-shamayim. and the earth. Ha'aretz. According to the mystery school, the King of Kings Christ, we're taught that the role of Chokmah, the Hebrew wisdom, the Hebrew Sophia, in the beginning, and even revealed in the first words of the very first Torah portion of the first book of the Bible, the first book of the Hebrew Torah, the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book of Genesis, in the Hebrew, the Sefer Be'Reishith, in the Reishith. Now, as we mentioned, at the root, or the Shoresh, we have Rosh. We have the Hebrew Rosh in Bereishith. What is in Bereishith, in the beginning? We have the head, the Rosh. We have the Rosh in the beginning. Bereishith. The very first letter is a Beit, house. The house of life, the house of creation, the Beit, in, suggesting Elohim's intention of abiding within the realm of creation. The realm of creation, the iration of the blameless, irate of the great creator. Bereishith, in the beginning, at the start, at the head of all things. The Hebrew term Rosh. And we also have Ari'is in the Ge'ez, and Aras for head. In the Hebrew is pointed as Rosh. This book is also known as Sefer Rishon. The Sefer Rishon. What is the Sefer Rishon? The Sefer Rishon is the first book. It's known as the Sefer Bariat HaOlam. The Sefer Bariat HaOlam. The book of the creation of the world. In the Greek, Genesis, Genesis, birth, origin. The Ethiopic, the Orit Ze Fitret, the Torah of creation, and Orit Ze Lidet, the Torah of birth, of origin. Bereshit. In the Greek, the first word is enarche, in the ark, in the beginning, in the Reishit. What is in the word Reishit? The revelation of Chokmah, of wisdom. And we have further testimony of wisdom's role in creation, even in the liturgy of His Majesty in the true church and the professing EOTC. We have what is known and what is called the Tzelote Fetito. What is the Tzelote Fetito? The Tzelote Fetito is the prayer of fraction. It's known as the prayer of fraction. Tzelote Fetito. We first have it in the Naphra of Kedus Epiphanes, of Saint Epiphanes, his articles 76 to 95. And what we have there is selections from Proverbs of Shlomo HaMelech, of Negus, Solomon, Proverbs, namely Proverbs chapter 8, verses 15 to 18, verses 20 to 21, and also from Proverbs 9, verses 1 to 6, in the Anaphora of Saint Epiphanes, one of the 14 anaphoras. The anaphoras like the aliyah, the offering, the words of our mouth, the meditation of our heart, the offerings up, literally anaphora, offering up, the aliyah, the offering up. So we have in the anaphora of Saint Epiphanes, and also contained in other of the 14 anaphoras of the true church, of the church of He who has keys, of great King David, the church of His Divine Majesty, of Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the true Tawahido church. We have the Tzelote Fetito. The Tzelote Fetito refers us to Proverbs. To Proverbs chapter 8, verses 22 to 31. Wisdom's role, the role of wisdom at the creation. the role of wisdom, of Chokmah, the Hebrew Chokmah. We say the Hebrew Sophia of the Hebrews, known as Chokmah. Chokmah, some point as Chokmah. Chokmah, wisdom. What was her role at the creation? What was wisdom's role in Arche? B'Megemeria. What was wisdom's role? Bereshit. What was her role? It's interesting because here in Proverbs chapter 4, at about verse 7, Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7 says, wisdom. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. Here is the key link between wisdom and Bereshith. Wisdom and Bereshith. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7 in the Hebrew reads, Reshit Hakma. Reshit Hakma, Chokmah, Reshit Chokmah. Enei Chokmah. Bekola Kina Yanika Kine Bina. Reshit Chokmah Kine Chokmah Bekol Kina Yanika Kine Bina. Wisdom is the Reshith. Wisdom is the Reshit. Wisdom is the Reshit. So the very first word in the very first scripture of Moshe, first book of the Torah, very first words in the sabbatical weekly Torah portion reading and feeding is Bereshith. In Be or Be of the Beit, very first letter, the Beit, is a prefix. It has a prefixive function, meaning to say in Reshith. In Reshith. So now compare this with Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7. Chokmah is the Reshith, the Hebrew Sophia, wisdom. Wisdom is the Reshith. Therefore get a Reshith. Therefore get wisdom. Get wisdom. Wisdom, Chokmah, is the principal thing. KJV translates it as wisdom is the principal thing. The Hebrew reads Reshit Chokmah. Kenei Chokmah. Wisdom is the principal thing. Get wisdom. Wisdom, Reshith. Wisdom is the Reshith. Get Chokmah. Get wisdom. Get the Hebrew Sophia. And with all thy getting, with all of thy getting, Bekol Kina Yanika. Bekol Kina Yanika Kine Bina. Get Bina. Get wisdom. Get Bina. Very, very important. Take note, Chabarim. We have wisdom's role in the creation. Just to read to you right here from Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22. The Yahweh, Yod Hey Weh Hey, Anani, Reshit, Darko. He who be Hashem made me as the beginning of his way. Yahweh, Anani, Reshit, Darko. The first of his works of old. Adam, Mifa, Alayo, Meaz. Mifa, Alayo, Meaz. The first of his works of Adam, of old. This is Chokmah. Chokmah is testified in Proverbs. Right? In Proverbs, Mashal, right? Mishle. In Proverbs, she goes on to say, I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was, when there were no depths
I was brought forth, when there were no fountains abounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth, while as yet he had not made the earth nor the fields, nor the beginning of the dust of the world. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he set a circle upon the face of the deep, when he made firm the skies above, when the fountains of the deep showed their might, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not transgress his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him as a nursling, and I was dearly all delight, playing always before him, playing in his habitable earth, and my delights are with the sons of men. This is wisdom's testimony in Shlomo HaMelech, Negus Solomon, King Solomon's Mashal, Mashalim, Mishle, Misale, Proverbs, wisdom, Chokma's role at creation, Chokma's role, Bereshith, in the beginning. More on this, my brothers and sisters, in I studies, just to note wisdom, Chokmah, in the beginning, as we study from the Hebrew, right, and the Hebraic perspective, give us a teaching of his majesty, because man was not emanated from a deity, from a divinity, from a so-called God. That's the devil's philosophy. That's a teaching. The teaching of his majesty warns us. Right? Give us a teaching of his majesty. Man was created, right, in the image and after the likeness of Elohim. When? Bereshith, in the beginning. Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shamayim wa et ha-aretz. In the beginning. The Hebrew scriptures begin with Bereshit, in the beginning. Not from the first person perspective of some man's understanding of Elohim. This is the key as we study the Hebrew, right? As we study the biblical scriptural Hebrew, learning to read the sign language and the glyphs, you know, and the spirit. Not just the letters of the law, but what is the spirit of the law? The Hebrew scriptures, they begin not from the first person perspective of some man's understanding, some carnal-minded understanding of Elohim, but from an omniscient third person, right? From the third person perspective, a voice that reveals the glorious power that created the entire cosmos, the entire universe. The universe, the universe, what an interesting word that is. Uni, one verse. We have this one verse. Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shamayim wa et ha-aretz. That one verse. The universe. The voice that reveals the glorious power that created the entire universe by means of his word. The very first verse of the Bible, of the scriptures, of the Torah. Then it reveals the triune nature, the triune nature of Ha-Elohim, of the true Elohim, the true good, the true God, the source. Further indicated by the use of plural form, the plural form of the name Elohim, Elohim with the singular verb. This is the key. The use of the plural form of the name Elohim in the Hebrew, but with the singular verb use in the Hebrew. For example, bara. Bara is he created, but Elohim is the plural form of the name because it used El, but here we have Elohim. So here we have the revelation of Ha-Shalush, Ha-Kadosh, of Kedus Selassie, of the Holy Trinity, the Father, Ha'ab, Habein, the Son, Ruach, Ha-Kadosh, the Holy Spirit, Yahweh, Ahad. Indeed, later in this Parasha, in this Torah portion, reading and feeding the very first, RSS number 1, we will read a direct quotation from this, the true Elohim, the true good, the true God, the source, that uses plural
personal pronouns, the use of the plural personal pronouns in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Let us make man in our image and in our likeness and after our likeness. So man was created in the image and after the likeness of the true Elohim, of the true good, of the true God. So we're going to study more of that revelation, right? The revelation of the Hebrew. Right? We call this the Hebrew Trinity revelation that begins in the beginning. Also the revelation of his wisdom, of the Hebrew Sophia, of Chokmah, also in the beginning. In the beginning. Bereshith.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah. More of that right there. It's very, very important. That's why I had asked the question when it says, the man has become as one of us. You know that part there? Well, who is speaking and who is being spoken to? Who is the us there? The key is the first verse, the verse that describes the creation of the universe. There we go. The verse. All right, this first verse. Bereshith. So the B, known as the bait or bait, is known as the bait or the best essentia, the essential bait. Some Hebrew letters are used as like prepositions. Preposition. We have the bait, in, on, by way of. We have the lamed, like for of. We have the kaf, the ka, and the kaf, the ka, and the ka, like as. We have the meme, in the sense of the me, like from, me menu, from me, me many, like from I. So here we have Bereshith. All right, that's a good still right there. Bereshith, yeah. So there we have Bereshith. Well, I'll show you right here. So you see Bereshith. So here, let me clear the screen right there. There we go, right there. Okay. First three words. Bereshith, bara, Elohim. Just focusing on the Hebrew part. It's not transliterated, but trust I. Bereshith. So you have Reshith. All right. So Bereshith. It's like in or on or by way of Reshith. In, on, by way of Reshith. All right. Bara. Now, bara means to create, or it means he created, right? In a sense, he translated, he created. Like to create, he created, right? He, in the past tense sense, created, right? Then we have Elohim, right? Elohim. Now, here, the one that did this meme, in order to bring out some even Kabbalistic reasoning, and not really, when we say Kabbalah, we need to even touch on what is the Kabbalah. Kabbalah just means to welcome or receive. So like when Robbeinu, our rabbi, Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, when he taught it, he says like, he who can receive it, he who can Kabbalah it, he who can welcome it. It's like we have the Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming, the receiving of the Sabbath. Because when we welcome, we receive it, we declare it basically in effect. It's in effect for us. The words of my mouth, meditation of my heart. But here, the key words here, Bereshith bara Elohim, right? So now, interpretively here, in the beginning God created, according to this meme right here, is saying that with wisdom, now they have the Ein Sof, like no ending. The sense of Ein Sof, basically in Hebrew, means like no ending. Ein Sof. Ein Sof, Ein Sof. Sof is ending, and Ein means like not without ending, right? But what it's really saying right here, let's replace that with what the Hebrew says, Elohim, with wisdom. All right. Now, wisdom in the Hebrew, pause it right there. Can you pause on that one? I don't know if you can get that one right there. If you can pause on that one. Yeah, there was one in the background. If it comes up, we'll bring it up to you. because this kind of shows it a little bit better. That's why there's another one that says, why does it matter which letter, right, the Torah begins with? One more. The one that has it's the blue one. There we go, blue one, right? Now, okay, the twirling thing, you can't see the bait, but at least here it's another way of presentation, right? Bereshith with the transliteration, bara Elohim, right? Bereshith, in Reshith, bara, right? He created Elohim. That's why we have this other meme right here where it said, what's the problem with Elohim, right? Well, okay, we got to put this in context because somebody can take this to make it sound like we're saying whatever they might want to make people believe. But etymologically or linguistically, the sentence you're seeing there, if we were to look at it strictly like what they call it linguistically, we'll say that it is improper, right? It kind of bends traditional grammatical because the verb bara is actually he created, and Elohim as a noun is they, right? Masculine. It's Elohim is a dual plural. We call it a dual plural. It means two or more. Elohim, right? So Elohim at its root, right? At its root, ayil, related to the Chayil, might and power. The Chayil, right? Ayil, right? Has a sense of power, right? Like strength, might, and power. This is why when we look in the Torah, the scriptures, we see Elohim here, right? Therefore, signifying the creator. So, from a Hebrew perspective, a Hebrew school of thought, Elohim is the creator, right? We can say, quote, the creator God, or the when used for Yahweh, it's used of Yahweh as the creator in the Hebrew scriptures, as the judge, but in just a sense of what the word means, right? The almighty power, right? Now, of course, there are Elohim Acharim. There's other Elohim, right, that came afterward when men and people fell away, right? But we're speaking about the almighty power, right? So here, literally, I know people like to say it means gods, but they're thinking from a Gentile mind. They're thinking like a Gentile because they only have the word God, gods, and all this stuff, right? But there's more nuance, right? Hebraically speaking, there's more nuance. And when we understand the nuance, it basically helps us to understand the proper context of what we're reading and what we're seeking to understand, right? This is why over here there's a midrash, right? This is one of the memes, right? Why does it matter which letter the Torah starts with? Midrash Tanhuma, right? Of Bereshit. It's a study. Midrash is like a study. It's like, we're studying right here, Genesis chapter 1, and we're trying to figure out, okay, what does it mean? What's being said? What is the central idea, right, that was communicated? So it starts with the bait essentia. So linguistically, academically, it's called the bait essentia, the essential be, the essential bait, right? And it's like in English, we say in, we use the term in, or we say on, right? Or we might say by way of. But Hebraically, it's just the letter bait. Bait brings out that whole sense, the bait, right? Whether it's be, speaking of a singular thing without definite article, or whether it's ba, right? That's the difference, right? The be, like bereshith, is in or on by way of reshith, not the reshith, right? But just reshith, right? You see the difference? If it was ba rashit, ba, it would be like Be-ha-rashit. Ha-rashit with the bait in the Hebrew would be barashit. But since it's only reshit, it's bereshit. So this is an interesting reason there of why it matters, which letter, that the Torah starts with. It starts with basically the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet. All right, let me see if I can bring this up right here. A couple of quick memes right here. Right, a couple of quick memes right here. Right, so we have, this is speaking to what we have found by searching out to be hidden code in the Hebrew Genesis. All right. Now, of course, there's others that probably study it. Maybe some of what we have discovered is similar, right? But this is going from, the teaching was Madsi amongst the Chabarim and here in LOJ, Line of Judah,
Lion of Judah Society.
among the Chabarim, among I and I. Yes, I. So the hidden code, right? Even in the first word. Let's just show this right here and see if we can find this right here. There we go. Here it goes right here. Here it goes. The big issue, not the problem, but the big issue with Elohim. What's the big issue with Elohim? And this is what I think confuses a lot of people coming from the Gentile mind. When I say the Gentile mind, we've all been affected or infected, right, by the Gentile mind. You know what I mean? Because we born in this Western Gentile world and we see things from being young children from that perspective. This is why learning language, learning language is very important. To teach our children language, and especially for us as once lost now found. You know what I mean? Because by learning languages, even if it's just another Romance language or another, um, Greco-Roman language and everything, still it gives you a little perspective. Literally, if you say something in English in another language, it can sound awful. It's like, what the no, we don't say, okay, oh, what are you trying to say? Okay, well, we say this like this, and then when you be like, oh, okay, then you learn something about communication and perspective. So here, to get a Hebrew perspective, a HD, a Hebrew kind of definition and a dimension of it, the big issue. Now over here, sometimes these translators, Hebrew is read from right to left, but here they put it from left to right, like in the English way. So as you read it right here, it has be, they have rashith, but it's a reshith, right? And what is the reason for these things? Bereshith, bra, bara, bara. Now they have bara, but actually it's not bra, it's bara. Bara, right? Then they have their transliteration is off. Elohim et Hashemayim, right? But we see what they're trying to do right here in the beginning. So now down here they say this right here. They say two possible solutions, right? It is bad grammar, right? So when looking at the Hebrew, if you understand, then you'll notice that this is different because here the noun is plural, but the verb is masculine singular. The noun is dual plural. So if it was written according to what we would call, right? Because there's no really rule book nobody has found a rule book. This is the rule book for biblical Hebrew. These rules are based on some on tradition and based on certain elements of the scholars and of the past and others that look at the language today from whatever perspective for whatever reason. But either it's bad grammar, because in so-called good grammar, it should have probably said Bereshith Baru, Bereshith Baru Elohim, if it was saying gods. So a lot of people say, oh, you see, Elohim is plural and it means gods. Well, yes, but what they don't understand is singularity. People talk about this thing called singularity. Is what they call singularity. Oh, AI is we're about to reach a singularity, right? But they haven't really reached the singularity of understanding, the biblical Hebrew manuscripts, the Yehudit. It is not bad grammar, but it is different because we're speaking about he who is different, he who is beyond. We're trying to articulate he who is beyond in the best language that we have and way of communication. So this is why it is not so-called linguistically, right, like aligned, like with other words. If we was talking about a group of men, the word for men, anashim. So a group of men, anashim. So we're saying a group of men created something, right? And we would say Baru Anashim or Anashim Baru, right? Modern Hebrew Anashim Baru, ancient Hebrew Baru Anashim. The verb will precede the noun. That would be like the men created something, they created something. But here it's saying that he, although in power and might, right, has plurality and multiplicity, right, acted in singularity, right? Acting in singularity. So for us, he who is the almighty powers is in singularity, although his power is We say plurality or multiplicity or multi-dimensional. It is great. It's beyond, in the sense of complete calculation and comprehension. So it is bad grammar, one possible solution, right? But deliberately so by inspiration to convey a specific meaning to the one true God, to Ha Elohim, right? Second possible solution is it is valid Hebrew form. It's a valid Hebrew form which conveys meaning, but not uniquely used of the one true God. But what we find in the Hebrew, generally speaking, this is used of the one true God, right? In the words of Yahweh. See, this explains the Hashem, the name, Yahweh. He who be who he be. Some say, oh, Yahweh means I am that I am. Obviously, not understanding the biblical Hebrew. He said, Ehya Asher Ehya. I being who I become. I be who I be. I be who I be, implying that I can be who I become. Right? He be who he be. Right? And as his chief title as creator, therefore Elohim. Right? And as judge. Because should not the creator be the judge? If you have a problem with, say, you buy something from a manufacturer and it has a problem, right? What do? You send it back to the manufacturer because the manufacturer should be able to judge, right, and correct, give you justice, what I mean, for the mechanical or electronic or whatever kind of device that is malfunctioning, right? Just to use that as kind of a analogy. So that is one of the issues there. That's what we can call is the big issue, right? But often ones and ones when they come from an English, a KJV, only or mainly perspective, you kind of miss those things. And as we grow, and I say as we grow, because you heard in the audible I said Barashit, right? But actually more correctly Bereshit, right? Bereshit bara Elohim, right? So what is the big issue? The big issue, right, with the first verse, right, is twofold, at least two main things. One is the first word, and the first word is Bereshit. All right. So let's break this down right here and let's build on this just a little bit right here. Now, is this speaking of a divine feminine? Are we speaking of a divine feminine? No, properly we're speaking of the divine feminine. The divine feminine. All right. But as we have right here, let's go to this right here. Let's just go over these verses. So 3 verses, right? With these 3 verses, just to prove this case. Why does the first verse speaks of the creation of the universe? I want to say that again. The first verse in Genesis speaks of the creation of the universe. What we have that follows that is something that often is taken as the creation, right? But actually is not the creation, right? But the regeneration or rebooting of creation, the reset, we can call it. It's like when it says the new heavens and the new earth. That's why it says that Yahweh knows the end from the beginning. And here we are at Bereshit. We are at the beginning. All right. So let's begin right here. So here we have this first verse right here. Let's just show this on the screen. These 3 verses, with these 3 verses to prove the point that what the first verse is saying is that in wisdom or through wisdom, Elohim, the almighty powers, right, in singularity created the heavens, right, and the earth, right, and the earthly plane, right? So here it's speaking of this one verse is a universe, right? The universe created. It's describing the creation of the universe. There's another verse in the scripture that says that Yahweh did not create the earth to be, he didn't create the earth in vain. He didn't create the earth in vain. You got a little bit of time? All right, just a moment here. Okay, he didn't create the earth in vain. All right, let me go right here and bring up this verse. Now, here's where the only reason why this is not seen is because of the translation. The translation prevents it to be seen, right? It becomes very clear when we look at the Hebrew, right? It becomes very clear right here. So here we have Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah, right? The prophet, right? The prophet Yeshaya, the prophet Isaiah right here. Here we go, right here. We have Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18. And let's read it. It says, "For thus like this saith Yahweh, that creative or who created, right, the heavens, right, Elohim himself, that formed the earth and made it. He established it. He created it not in vain." You see what it says right there? He formed it to be inhabited, right? I, Yahweh, right? There, none else. So this is our verse right here that I know the Schofield Study Bible and Schofield takes a lot of beating about rapture and this and that, and I hear those points, but that point hasn't really, panned out, when we put it to the test. Now, what the individual did or what he was or his belief, but what we say is that from study is that the study notes, are very accurate, and ones who might say opposite, well, let's put it to the test. You know what I'm saying? But people can say a lot of things, but it's one thing to say it, next thing to prove it. We said that Yahweh did not, right, create the earth. When he created the earth originally, remember, we said the first verse of Genesis is the universe. The first verse is the universe, right? To say that the first verse is describing the creation of the universe, right? That he created the heavens and the earth, right? Right? It implies right there that he created not piecemeal, but he created. Remember, elsewhere it says by his word, right? In the beginning was the word, right? And the word was with the word. You see how Elohim and his word are one, and how Elohim is a dual masculine plural, but when they act as one. When he act as one, bara and not baru. So when people say, hey, Elohim means gods. Okay, if we say gods, then we have to translate like this. In the beginning, right? God's he himself, not they themselves, but God's he himself created, because bara means he created, right? Not they created, but he created. So when we say gods, then we have to shift the whole meaning of gods. So gods in this sense is singularity, not many, a multiplicity of gods or other gods, right? But God, right, who is in singularity, right, has plurality and multiplicity of ability. You see what I'm saying? But here it says right here, he created it not in vain. Remember I said that the reason why people don't get it, because sometimes people be like, you discover something or the Father shows us something, and because we know it and a lot of people haven't gotten it just yet, we might be like, oh, they this, they that. I've stopped going there because I don't know what they like, right? But then when you kind of humble and grace, Father shows you things. And what he shows me is that people don't get it, right, because of the translation, right? Because look at what it says here. He created it not in vain, right? He created it not in vain. So we're going to have to do two things right here. Let's first go here to the verse. Let's just read through the verse right here. Ki koh hamar Yahweh borei hashemayim. So the first part of the verse says, because, or for thus saith, right? Ki koh, or like this, koh. Koh is like this, like thus, in this manner. Ki koh amar Yahweh, right? So it's like the prophet is recalling and saying, this is how what Yahweh says, right? Like this, he said, right? Borei, who he be, right? Borei. So here we have Borei. Borei from bara means creator. Borei, the creator of. Borei ha-shemayim. You know the blessing over the wine, right? Sabbatically speaking, you should know the blessing over the wine. How did the blessing over the wine go? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. That is the formula there. What's the second part, the main part, the blessing now? Right? It says borei, ha borei, right? Borei, right? Peri ha gafen. Borei, peri ha gafen. Borei, the creator of the peri. Borei Peri, the creator of the fruit, Ha Gafan, the fruit of the vine. Borei Peri Ha Gafan. Here it says Borei, this is the word right there, Borei Ha Shemayim, the creator of the heaven. Right? So even the translation's off. Right? They say he that created, but really the Hebrew is Yahweh, the creator of the heavens. Ki ko amar Yahweh borei hashemayim. Who is the pronoun, masculine pronoun for he? Who means he, right? Who means he, and he means she, right? Who means he. It says who ha Elohim. Now over here we have Elohim with the definite article, Ha Elohim. So often in Hebrew, when we find the Ha Elohim, Ha Elohim, Ha Elohim, right? Ha Elohim, often the Ha, the definite article, implies like the God, the true God, right? Or the Holy Trinity, the Hebrew Trinity, the true God. Ha Elohim Yotzer, Yotzer. So here it uses Yotzer. Yotzer means the former, right? The one who yatzar, who forms, to form. Yotzer haaretz, the former of the earth. Wa osah, we osah, and her maker, right? The former of the earth and we osah, or fully enunciated, we osaha, we osaha, we osah, we osah, and her maker, right? Who? He himself, konana, konana. Who? Konana. He is the establisher of her. Konana, right? Konena. He is her establisher. He is the one that establishes her, like established the land, right? Lo, right? Tohu, right? Lo tohu. So here is lo means no, not to be tohu. Tohu. You see the word tohu? I want you to pay attention to the word tohu here. Tohu, what does tohu mean? Tohu with bohu. That's what it says in Genesis chapter 2, that everything was tohu with bohu. But he says, right, to the prophet Yeshaya HaNabi, that he did not create the earth, right, formless, without form. You see, if they translated it correctly, then people will see that there, and then they'll go back to Genesis and they'll recognize, wow, it says in the first verse, the universe, right? He created the heaven and earth in one verse. Boom, everything done, right? That's John's Gospel, chapter 1, right? In the beginning, right? Right? What was in the beginning? Right? The Word was with Elohim, right? But here it says formless, confusion, unreality, emptiness, formless, nothingness, empty space, nothing, a wasteland, chaos, right? Worthless. In an adverbial sense, it can be vain. But what they did here is like an irregular translation, because the Hebrew words is consistent, right? The word tohu here, right? The word highlighted, tohu, means without form, right? It says berah, right? Berah, berah, berah. Berah come from bara. Bara, he created. Here, berah, beraha, he created her. Beraha, braha, right? Baraha, right? He created her, right? La shevet, he created her to be seated up in, to be dwelt in, right? To yashab, la shevet, right? To be inhabited, in other words, right? Yitzarah, and he formed her, and he fashioned her. He fashioned her, right? And formed her to be inhabited, and he fashioned her, right? And then Yahweh signs off. He says, Ani Yahweh we'ain od. So you know how they had the Ain Sof, right? Here's the Ain. Ain means nothing. Ain Sof means nothing, not ending or unending, in the sense of without end. That's the Ain Sof, right? But here, according to the prophet, he doesn't say Ain Sof. He said we're Ain Od, and without, right? Od. What is Od? Right? Without, like yet again. It has a sense of continuance, but it's like without, like, another, right? Without another, right? It's all in he who be who he be, without like another. So here, you see the word that we highlighted right here. This is tohu. Let's come over here, and where it says lo tohu, it says He created it, right? Not in tohu. Bring it out. Tohu, right? In formlessness. So let's go back over here. In the beginning, you see Genesis 1 and 1? That's the universe, right? Telling that Ras Adonis is talking like Genesis 1 and 1 is the universe, right? Yeah, that's what we're saying. It's the universe, right? It's the one verse. It's the one verse that explains the creation of the universe, not the rest of the chapter per se, right? Because look, in the second verse, it says, the earth was without form. What? The earth was what? The earth was tohu. Look what it says right there. The earth was tohu, right? Didn't we just read in Isaiah that he created it not in vain? That's the translator, right? But then we go to the Hebrew and we now translate it for ourselves. He created it not, right, for without form. He created not formless, right? So when it says right here, and the earth was without form, what's going on here? Now, of course, this crashes into the 6,000 year people, the people that talk about, well, Genesis is telling us that the earth is 6,000 years old. I don't know where is that interpretation or interpolation? That sounds like an interpolation, right? Like you're interpreting into it, not really getting out of the text, right? You know, how do you count time? How is time accounted? Right? How is time accounted? I know by the clock and the watch, but really, right? By the movement, some say the rotation of the heavens, right? Or others will say the movement of the earth, but that's debatable there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the science is a science. You know, that's mathematics and numbers. It's like Kabbalah, you know, but then some things match his word and some things don't. You know what I mean? And the earth was without form and void. And it was what? It was tohu and it was bohu. Tohu with bohu. Tohu with bohu. Right? It was tohu and bohu. Right? So here in Bereshith, can learn a few Hebrew terms. Tohu. Tohu, formless. Tohu with bohu. Tohu with bohu. Right? Right? Without form, right? And void and empty. Right? So notice what it's saying. When we compare it with Isaiah and Yeshaya, it says that he created the earth to be inhabited. And then we compare it with what wisdom, the Reshith of Bereshith. Who is the Reshith of Bereshith? The Reshith of Bereshith is wisdom. You can go to Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7 and study it in the Hebrew and then compare it with Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22. She said she was there with him before while he was preparing the heavens. Not when he created the heavens, but preparing them. Preparing them for what? Preparing them to be created. You know what I'm saying? Create the heavens and earth. But so this here is speaking, right, that something happened. Right? Something happened. Remember, he says he knows the end from the beginning. Right? So if we really want to know the end, right, we really need to understand the beginning. And there's a misunderstanding, a misapprehension of the beginning. Because when they tell you that, well, the earth was without form and void, is this how he created it? For real? Well, then what about what the prophet Isaiah says over here? Right? He says, well, let's say if Yahweh, that the one Borei, right? Borei, right? Hashemayim, the creator of the heavens, Elohim, Ha Elohim, who Ha Elohim. He himself is Elohim. So yes, Elohim may be a dual plural, right? In its descriptive nature, but it's speaking of he, not of they, of he himself that formed the earth and made it and established it. Now, if it stopped there, then somebody could have an argument, right? To say, oh, yes, it was created formless and then he formed it, right? Because he says he formed it. But let's read on. It says he created it not in vain. That's the killer blow right there. That's it right there. He created not tohu. He created not tohu, right? But he formed it for what purpose? To be inhabited. And then Proverbs, right? Wisdom says, what? Wisdom says that there was what? That for the sons of men, right? And she dwelt in the habitable parts of the earth, right? So one would have to explain how does he says he did not. Notice the key word is bara. I want to bring that out too, right? Bara, right? That's the key word, bara, right? It says, in the beginning, in Reshith. Now, how did he do it? One might say. Well, this is the whole key of Reshith, right? Let's go back to Reshith, right? So right here, right? It's almost like there was some sort of cataclysm at some ancient time. People say, well, how you saying that 6,000 years old? Yeah, because we count time based on the sun, the moon, and the stars. But then Genesis chapter 1 tells us it was the fourth day that the sun, moon, and stars even appeared, right? He don't say, notice he don't say that he created it, right? But he made it to appear, right? It's just like when we get everything coming out of the ground, right? Notice that the only 3 times in the whole chapter does he use the verb bara, to create. Speaking of the original universal creation of the universe in Genesis 1 and 1, and then when he creates the whales, remember the whales and the big fish and stuff, right? He uses the word create, bara, right? And then when he creates man, but notice how he creates man here. Because we say, well, this is the first man. How do we know? Right? We know this is the man that we got something to deal with, but how do we know? Right? Notice when he says he created man in his image and after his likeness. Let me ask you a question. Isn't it possible that he may have created another man that was not in his image and not after his likeness? You know what I'm saying? Just like all of the priests are Levites, but not all of the Levites are priests. And just like all the Levites are Israelites, but all Israelites are not Levites. You see what I'm saying? Does not the Creator have the power to both choose what he creates? Just a question there. Now, here, Bereshit. Let's go back here to the verse. I said 3 verses, right? So here we have Reshith. Reshith is the female beginning, first, head. It's like the feminine way to refer to head, right? Or head in the Hebrew, right, is Rosh, as we mentioned, Rosh. Rosh is the Hebrew equivalent of Ras in Amharic and Re'is. Re'is in the Ge'ez, right? Ethiopic, and Rais in the Arabic, right? That curiously today is used for president, right? But Rosh is the head. Rosh, the head, the top. So it's used in a couple of senses. Literally, like on a person, it would be their head, right? But in the context, it's like the top, the summit, the upper part, right? As a title chief, like we say Ras or Rosh, right? In a sense of a total or sum, like in the Torah portion where it says, take the sum of the children of Israel. Literally, it is take the head, right? Take the Rosh, take the head, right? It's like a head count. It can be used in the sense of a height, right? Front, a beginning, right? So here we have Rosh here. Let me bring this out. Rosh in the Hebrew. Rosh is head as a noun masculine. So Rosh is the head as noun masculine. While Reshith, you see Reshith? Reshith is the head or the first as a noun feminine. Right there. All right. Some say I should have some bombs. You know what I mean? But just so in the Afro-Semitic, the Hebrew, we have the male and the female, right? You know what I mean? We have the sacred double helix, right? That's what it says, let us make man in our image after our likeness. And what's the next thing that said? Male and female. That's why I asked, who is Elohim speaking to when he says that the man has become as one of us to have the knowledge of good and evil? Who is he speaking to? Some sages and scholars, bygone and even ones today, might say, oh, well, he's speaking to the angels, right? And there's a lot of points that we can disprove that he's speaking to the angels. I mean, it's a good story as a Jewish fable, but it doesn't bear up with the revealed revelation. right? Others would say he's speaking to, it's like God the Father is speaking to Jesus, as Yeshua is speaking to the Son. Theologically, like within a religious sense, I'm inclined to agree. Like, the religious sense is like, the feeling, the emotion, yes, that's, because it's like, it's a sense of praising, but it's not really a true praise. Is there? Because remember what John chapter 1 says. All right. What does John chapter 1 say? All right. You remember it? Let's go here, right here, just for everybody to see it. All right. Everybody to see it at the same time. All right. John chapter 1 1. It says, in the beginning was the Word, right? Right, the Word became flesh, the incarnation, yes. And the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim, right? Right, the Word and the bar also is a noun masculine too. It's a noun masculine. Remember that Elohim is a dual plural, and in the beginning, right, in Genesis chapter 1, right, we have a noun that could be conceived as plural but acting as a singularity, acting as one. That's what John chapter 1, verse 1. Look how beautiful that is. John chapter 1, verse 1, right? And then we have right here Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, right? All scripture is given by the inspiration, right? The spirit within. So we can see the spirit, the connection of this. Yes? So right here, beginning, Reshith, right? So Reshith is feminine. So it's like he, right? Elohim, right? He created in she, in Reshi. Now, the second verse here, the second verse. Let's go to Proverbs 4 and 7. Proverbs 4 and 7, right? Proverbs 4 and 7, right? Right? That's Psalm, my bad, right? Proverbs 4 and 7, Slicha, Slicha. Okay, look what it says here. It says wisdom, right? Let's get the word wisdom, chokmah. Proverbs is all about wisdom. It's like Solomon, King Solomon. I liken King Solomon in the book of wisdom to be like the dean. Like the dean of the college, the dean of the university, right? And the chief professor, right, at the school of Mishle Shlomo, the Proverbs of Solomon, the Mashal, is Chokmah, is wisdom, right? Is wisdom, right? Is wisdom right here, right? So here we have Chokmah, right? Let's go down here, Chokmah, right? Let's scroll down here. Chokmah is a noun feminine, right? Right? It's interesting because Hebrew usually grammatically many things agree. They have to agree. But when we're speaking about the Almighty, as we have in the first verse, we have that seeming irregularity. But that is to be expected because we're speaking about the Almighty. We're speaking about the Creator. Check, check. So right here, yeah, hand it to Yah. Hand it to Yah, Yahweh, right? Bashem Yeshua. So look, wisdom. So here we have wisdom, Chokmah, noun, feminine. Remember, we have wisdom actually speaking, right? Even it says, and throughout Proverbs. So look what it says right here. Wisdom is the principal thing, right? Right? Wisdom is the principal thing. Get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. Right? So here it says, Reshit Chokmah, Kinei Chokmah, Ubikola Kinayanika, Kinei Bina, Kinei Bina, Kinei. So here we have Reshith. Reshith, the beginning. So in Reshith, right? Can you put 2 and 2 together? 2 plus 2 equal 4. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Right? Right here. So we have Bereshith, right? Bereshith, right? Reshith, the beginning. But Reshith is the beginning, the first, the chiefest thing is wisdom. That's what we can see throughout the Proverbs elsewhere, speaking about the superiority, right, of Chokmah, of wisdom. So it says Reshith Chokmah. So Chokmah, wisdom, right, is Reshith. So remember this is Solomon the wisest man, and he was given enough wisdom about different things. Well, no doubt, this wisdom that Yahweh Bashem Yeshua gave to Shlomo, of course he got the wisdom that he had, right, through the pre-incarnate, the word, you know what I'm saying? Chokmah, he's explaining here, right? We could say the mystery, or maybe what was understood by them way back then, that gets lost in translation today, right? It gets lost in translation. So wisdom, right? So the way of rereading Genesis 1, based on the scripture, is that in wisdom, right? And then the third verse basically seals it, because the third verse gives a testimony. What wisdom says in Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, that she was there, right? She was there from even before the beginning, right? And she was there by the Creator's side, right? By Elohim's side when he created, by Yahweh Elohim's side. So right here, then it says, U bekal kinyanka. Kinyanka. So here we have the kana. I know kana, some say means to redeem, but it also means to acquire, right? Like in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. That mistranslation there as well. You know what I mean? Where some say, no man shall buy you, right? First of all, it doesn't say that you shall be sold to your enemies. It says you will sell yourselves to your enemies. You'll be selling yourself to your enemy, to your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen. And no man shall acquire you. Kana, right? Kana, to get, to acquire, to possess. This word here also is used of Elohim, right? This word kana in Elohim originating, creating, or redeeming his people, right? Within that sense. But here we have the kana, right? It says kine. Kine is like a command to, a command to a male. Like if you're commanding a man to get something, like I'm saying, get wisdom, right? Kine hokmah, kine hokmah, kine hokmah, kine, get, acquire, right? Whether buy, acquire, however you get it, acquire, possess it, right? Ubekal, and in all, kinyanka, in all your kinyanka, and in all your acquisitions and everything that you can acquire in life. Make sure you don't neglect or forget to acquire wisdom. Make sure you acquire wisdom. Wisdom is so very important, right? And then it says kine bina, and make sure when you get wisdom, you get her sister. Right? I say her sister because that's how Proverbs brings her out. Understanding, overstanding is her sister, Bina. Bina. You see, Bina, understanding, discernment, right? Understanding. Let's bring it out. Here we got the noun feminine again, right? Understanding, the noun feminine. That's why it says that, like, wisdom and understanding are sisters. Call wisdom and understanding your kinswoman. You know what I mean? All throughout, the wisdom, right, of Solomon, or rather the Proverbs of Solomon. So you see this verse here. We want to go to the Hebrew so we can kind of show it and then show the key words here. So Reshit Chokmah. Reshit, right, the principal thing. So notice something. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, the first word, Bereshit. Here we have principal thing. There they say beginning, right? In principal thing, in beginning. It can be translated that way, but the wisdom tells us, right, that it's in wisdom. It's in wisdom. It's through wisdom, right? So who is wisdom, right? And what is wisdom? So you see this verse here? This is the verse that explains what Reshith is, right? According to the Hebrew mind and the Hebrew school of thought, right? Of the Hebrews, right? Because this is from the Hebrew perspective. So you see how some things can get lost in translation. But here, let's go to chapter 8, verse 22, just to seal it. That's the second verse right there, right? Right, the main verse. And then here, look what it says. Yahweh possessed me in the beginning of his way before his works of old. Now, some might ask the question, well, who's speaking? Let's go to the top. Doth not wisdom, Chokmah, same Chokmah, wisdom, cry? Doesn't she cry? Kara, right? Calls out. And understanding. And doesn't being, well, here's tabun. Tabuna, bina come from being, right? Understanding. Here's understanding in the masculine sense, right? So tabuna, right? So we have understanding. Put forth her voice, tabuna, right? So tabun is the masculine, and Tabuna is the feminine, or Tobuna, right? Doesn't she put forth her voice, right? She stands, right, in the what? In the Rosh, the head, right? The Ras of the high places, by the way, right? In the places of the path, right? So let's scroll down here. And she calls to who? She calls to the Ish. Notice she's calling to the Ish, right? Right? And also concerning Adam, right? The sons of men, right? Right? Let's scroll down here. So she's reasoning, right? She's going through a reasoning. She says, for wisdom, right? Chokmah, right? Is what? She is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it, really to her, right? I, wisdom. So first person, revelation, I, Chokmah. Remember it said to Solomon that he gave to Solomon wisdom. Think about it for a moment. So you may think he gave to Solomon wisdom like a download. Well, in a sense, it could have been a download, but it's like wisdom here is personified as she, right? So he gave Solomon wisdom, and now Solomon is testifying of what wisdom says, right? I, wisdom, dwell with prudence and find out knowledge. Find out what? Da'at, the hidden sephira on the tree of life. Da'at, the hidden sephira on the tree of life. Da'at, right? Da'at, right? Da'at, right? Of witty inventions, right? Prudence, subtlety, right? The reverence of Yahweh. She speaks what the wisdom speak about, true wisdom. True wisdom. Now remember, there are two wisdoms. There's the wisdom from above. James, the apostle James in the New Testament, he tells about the two wisdoms. So here we're speaking about the true wisdom, right? The fear, because she speaks about the reverence, right? Fake wisdom don't talk about the reverence to respect Yahweh, right? To respect Elohim. Nah, right? Actually, the opposite, right? Right? The two trees, right? The fear, the reverence of Yahweh is to hate evil, right? The reverence of Yahweh is to hate evil. So to respect he who be is to repulse, right? Evil, pride, and arrogancy, and the evil way and the froward mouth do I hate. So if you're like, yeah, man, wisdom, I need you, right? But you run around for froward mouth, wisdom be like, nah, you gotta have to stop that frowardness. I hate that. I repulse that. Counsel mine. So wisdom is saying that counsel is hers. Sound wisdom and understanding. She has tushia, another form of wisdom, tushia, right? Tushia, right here, noun feminine, right? Can substantiate. This kind of wisdom to substantiate, right? To underwrite, like somebody make a point and they can backative, right? Sound wisdom, right? She says, I am what? I am Bina, right? I am understanding. I have strength. She has Gabora. She has might, right? Notice this about wisdom, y'all, especially brothers, sons. She says, by me, kings reign. So you can call yourself a king, but real kings, they reign by way of what? Wisdom. And princes decree justice. Justice. No justice, no peace. That's because the sons lack her. They're caught lacking. Lacking who? Lacking wisdom. Right? By me, princes rule and nobles. Right? All the judges of the earth. So the true judges have wisdom. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. So it teaches to the youngins, so the youngins can find wisdom early when they're young. Right? Riches and honor with me. Riches. So look at that. So even as a byproduct of wisdom is Osher, wealth, right? Now don't seek wisdom just for that, because she'll know better, right? But riches and honor with I. Durable. Look at that right there. Durable, right? Atek, right? Durable riches. Riches that will go on. See, durable riches is generational wealth, right? I know some might pick up on this and run with it, or just study it and just be firm with it, But durable riches, right, is what you can call sustainable wealth, and also generational, right? Riches, hon, substance, real substance, not just money. There's money, there's wealth, and then there's like substance, substantial. You know what I mean? Like somebody may have money in the bank, other person may have land acquisitions, others may have people, right, who are all interlinked with them, right? So even if they don't have money, they still have wealth because they have holdings, right? That's the sense right there. She says that her fruit is better than gold, right? Yea, than fine gold. Her revenue than choice silver. She says that she leads in the way of righteousness, in the path, in the midst of the paths of judgment, right? Right? And then she says here, she says, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, to inherit yesh. Yesh, I love this word. Yesh. 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 They have yesh means like being, existence. Yesh is the opposite of ain. Like ain sof. Ain sof means like without end, right? Yesh reshith, right? It has wisdom. Or yesh, like if I say Yesh Li Sefer. Sefer is book. Sefer, Yesh. This word here, Yesh Li. There is for me Sefer. Like I have a book. Yesh Li Sefer. Right? Yesh Li Sefer. Right? But Yesh by itself has a sense of like existence. Like basically the sense of there is. It is. It exists. It exists. Ain means it does not exist. Right? Ainli Sefer. Ainli Sefer. There's not a book for me. You got a book? Ainli Sefer. There's not a book for me. Yeah, right. So she says that those that she will cause those who love her, right, to inherit substance, to inherit that which exists, that which really is. You know, not that which you think is, but then is not, but that which really is. And I will fill their treasures, right? Fill their right their otsar, their treasure houses, right? But now notice, now she shifts up in verse 22. Right? I just want to go to the top of the chapter so one can know who is speaking, because it's always important to know who is speaking. Right? That's why I say who is speaking when Elohim says that the man has become as one of us. Who's the us there? Right? Who's the us there? And when he says, let us create man, let us create man in our image, right? And after our likeness, right? So notice the us there, but then in the universe verse, the first verse, Genesis 1 and 1, right? It says, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim wa et haaretz. He says, in Reshith, in wisdom, in the beginning, in wisdom, Elohim, the powers, right? He, right, created the heavens. He, singularity created, right? But then later on, right, with man, he says, let us. Who is he speaking to? Right? Because in wisdom, the Lord possessed me in the beginning. Look at this right here. This is the next proof verse right here. Yahweh possessed me in the beginning. What's the word beginning? It's a Ray Sheath. Oh my goodness. Ray Sheath. There we go. Right, there we go. Right. Ray Sheath. Right. Ray Sheath. Right. So Ray Sheath. So look what wisdom says. Wisdom says that Yahweh, the creator, Yahweh Eloheinu, possessed her. What's the word for possess? It's the kana. Remember kana? Talking about kana, right? To get, to acquire. With Yahweh, it can be used to create, right? In other words, this word sometimes is translated as to possess or even to create, right? Remember, Melchizedek used this when he said, Koneh, Shemaim wa Aretz, right? You know, the possessor of heaven and earth, right? It implies like the creator, the originator. With his people, it implies the redeemer of his people, right? And then when we get into the story of Eve, when she looked on that tree, right, and it was desirable, this is a bad use of acquisition, right? You know, like acquisition can be good, but some things you don't want to acquire. But some things it's easy to acquire, it's hard to unacquire, right? But this is also used in the sense of acquiring knowledge and wisdom, right? In a secondary sense, kana, right, is used to buy, right? To buy, right? To purchase. But when we get to the root sense, like the kana, or even the kana, right, bosom, right, cannabis, it has a sense of to be erect, to be erect, in the sense of like the hemp, you know what I mean, the stalk, right? So it links with that sense in the Afro-Shemitic, but from the root idea to be erect, but in the sense to create, by extension to procure, like you acquire something, you procure something because you possess it. You know, people say, yo, he own him, yo, I own him, right? Why do we say we own somebody, right? What are we saying? That's like a figure of speech. That's like an idiom, like the Hebraicism, right? That's an idiom. That's like, that brings out the sense of these words, right? Right? By implication, to own, right? So here, wisdom is saying that Yahweh owned her in the Reshith, right? In the Reshith of what? Of his way, in the Reshith of his Derek. Remember what Yeshua says? I am the Derek. I am the Derek. I am the way. Haderek, right? The way, the truth, and the life. In the beginning of Darko, his way, right? Kedem. Look, we have Kedem here. You see Kedem here? So when ones and ones say, or someone say that, well, Kedemawi or Haile Selassie, we already proved each one Kedemawi, and here's the Kedem right here.
Kadamawi. Selassie.
To whom praise is due forever.
So right there, there. Yes, the Kedem. So there we go. For the Kedem, right? The Kedem means front, like that which goes before or confront, to go front. In the front can mean ancient, even in the beginning sense. Also, Kedem can mean the east, like look to the Kedem, look to the east. It's like the forepart, that which goes before, right? Right, a sense of first, yeah, Kedemawi, but that which goes before, right? Right, before his works, before his what? His mif'ala, before the thing that he worked, the thing that he did. Speaking of creation, right? So here, wisdom is saying that she was there even before, right? Before Genesis 1 and 1. Right? Only so far Moshe could go back, right? Only so far did the angel of the presence, the angel that was there with him in the mount, right, reveal to him, right? Yahweh possessed me in the beginning of his way, right? Before his works of old, before the ancient works. Yahweh Kanani Reshit Ko Kedem Mif'alayo Me'az. Mifalayo Me'az. Me'az, that's not fully translated. From that, Az May means from Az. Right? It's not from old, of old, it's from then. It says before his works, right, of old, Me'az. Before his works from then, from that time. Talking about the creation time. For those works. So for all those works, right, she was there, right? Wisdom, Chokmah was there. So who was he saying? Does wisdom know, right? Does wisdom have the knowledge of good and evil? According to the scriptures, yes. Right? So who is he speaking to? Right? And when he says, let us make man in our image, male and female, we just proved that Chokmah is feminine, right? Reshith, which Elohim created in and through, is feminine. He created in and through she, the heavens and the earth, right? And then here is the testimony. Or ever she says, I was set up. She was set up from everlasting, from eternity, from the olam, from time out of mind. From time before there was even time, she was already nasak. She was already poured out, right? To pour out, set up. She was already poured out, set, installed. She was installed or poured out, right? From eternity, right? From the beginning. Notice this here. Here we have the feminine and the masculine. We have Reshith, Bereshith, and here we have Rosh, right? From the head, right? From the head. She was set up from eternity, from the head, right? You know, the one thing about wisdom, wisdom doesn't say that she was created. It's interesting. It's almost like she was there, right? And here she says she was set up or she was poured forth, right? From time out of mind, from the head. Another way of interpreting that verse 23, I was set up from everlasting from the beginning, from the Hebrew. I was poured forth from time out of mind from the head, right? Or ever the earth was, right? From the Kedem, from the what? From the Kedem, right? From antiquity, from the first time. Kedem here would refer to the first times, right? The first times, right? From the first times. So Genesis 1:1 tells us of the first times, right? Or ever the earth was, right? Notice what it says right here, when there were no depths. So let's see how far back wisdom goes. So when we look at Genesis chapter 1, right, we see chapter 1, verse 1, the testimony of her in the first word, Bereshith, wisdom there, right? But then we look at verse 2, chapter 1, verse 2, as I pointed out, that he did not create the earth, right, without form and void, right? So therefore, when it says in verse 2 that the earth was in that condition, something must have happened far after he created the heavens and earth. That's the part right there. That's the part, right? Right? Because notice it's talking about the depths. It was upon the face of the deep, right? Didn't say the face of the deep. Didn't say the face of the deep. The tehom, same word, the tehom, right? Darkness was upon the face of the deep. But wisdom says that she was there when there were no dips. There were no depths. There were no deeps. Nobody could say wisdom was there when nobody could say, yo, that's deep. There were no deeps. There were no depths. Right? She was brought forth. Notice how she testifies to her beginning. She was chil, twist, whirl to spiral, right? She was brought forth, right? Right? She was brought forth when there were no fountains abounding with water. There was no fountains, basically implying that there was no water. There was no deeps and there was no water, right? Before the mountains were settled, before the hills, was I brought forth. Chil. This refers like to the spiral, right? The sacred geometry, So here, when we look at sacred geometry and that spiral there, that fetus position, which has that spiral, this is what wisdom is pointing to here Hebraically, right? Right? While, right, as yet he had not made the earth. Look at that. When he had not even made the earth nor the field, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. So remember, it says in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning. So she was there before he, in her, or by way of her, right, created all of this. Let's go on right here, right? And when he prepared the heavens. So see how Proverbs chapter 8 is deconstructing, right, and putting Genesis chapter 1 into the proper context. When he prepared the heavens, when he did what? When he established or prepared the heavens, right? I was there when he set a compass, a what? A chug, a circuit, a circle, a compass, right? Upon the face of the deep, right? So there was water, and then there was all this water and depths, and then he said, okay, this is it, right? I'll put it within this, right? Going to limit it, right? Where he limited, right? A circle, a compass, right? When he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep. So she's going through this whole process, right? Of her observation of the original creation that is testified to in the Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, the universe verse. When he gave the sea his decree, the waters should not pass his command. When he appointed foundations of the earth. Tell me, where in Genesis chapter 1 do we read about that? Can you show me in Genesis chapter 1 where we read about any of this? We don't read about any of this, right? We read about almost like a regeneration, new heavens, new earth. Then I was by him as one brought up, right? And she uses Amon. The Amon. I can see the comedics, everybody running, banging into walls. They're going to be banging into walls. Amon means an artificer. Amon means artificer, an architect, right? An architect, a master workman, a skilled workman, right? This is beyond Freemasonry, right? This is beyond them. You know what I mean? Because these things must be spiritually, apprehended, right? Not by the carnal mind. Then I was by him as one brought up. She was as a artificer. Notice that she was as an architect. She was as a master workman, a skilled workman. That's why we have the let us, right? Right? One training, right? But notice the word here is amon. Amon. That's why I try to tell people that when they say amen is amon. No, amen is from the same Afro-Semitic root as Ammon is from, but they're not the same word, right? Amen and Ammon is not the same word. They are similar and they're from a same root, but they are built differently. They are built differently. Therefore, they have a different meaning, right? So here's the root sense, Aman, right? Or we get the root sense to be faithful, right? Right. So she says, I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, right? Rejoicing in the habitable part, in the Tabel, right? In the well-watered part of the earth, the part of the earth that's moist and therefore inhabited, right? The good parts of his earth, of his land. And my delights were with the sons of men. So here it even speaks about sons of men, right? Sons of, right, Adam, right? Of Adam, right? How many Adams have there been? You know what I'm saying? Of course, we should focus on our age, right? And that was approximately, we're going on 8,000 years, actually, not 6,000 years, right? For the reboot, right? In this present time. You know what I mean? But we'll touch on that. We'll touch on that as well right there. But I want to bring this out right here, just concerning wisdom, right? Wisdom there, Bereshith in the beginning to supplement that right there. But those three verses, just once again, Genesis 1 and 1, the English and the Hebrew, right? Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, like to verse 30 or so, right? And also Isaiah, let's not forget Isaiah 45 and 18, where because of translation, people create false theology on some details and some matters, because here where it says in the word vain, where it says he created it not in vain, right? Right? He created what not in vain? He created not the earth in vain, right? And when we see Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says the earth, it was formless. It was without form, right? So that is not the same as Genesis 1 and 1. And what Genesis 1 and 1 is a testimony to the fact that at some time past, right, he created the heavens and the earth, right? But that something must have happened, right, after that time. And then what we get in Genesis is like life coming out again. And then in two places in Genesis does he use the creative, the create verb, and that's with the whales and the things in the waters, right? As well as with man, right? And man here is interesting. Man here is created in the image and after the likeness, right? That's why I asked the question: is there a possibility, right, that other man or men-like beings were created, but not in the image and after likeness? Just a question there, a question. But here, way, we had a psalm. I'm just going to touch on it briefly because we did touch on it during the high holy season. Yeah, right. Also very important here, reason for the season. We had Psalm 15, right? Psalm 15, Psalm 15, right? Let's touch on Psalm 15 a little bit. We can go a little bit more into this right here, but I hope that ones are able to follow up with the scriptures, and to make these connections right here, because when we read it from the Hebrew, right, that's when we began to see, like even in the verse that we brought forward from 45 and 18, right? 45 and 18 concerning he created not in vain, and then the Hebrew word is tohu, right? And the same word tohu do we have elsewise and elsewhere, right? So in the creation.
It's very true. Oh yes, I want you to know. Creation, creation, creation. Creation, creation, creation. From creation.
The Holy Bible, the King James Version, the first book of Moses, called Genesis, chapter 1. The Holy Bible, the King James Version, the first book of Moses, called Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. The Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
So right here. Do we have the right song? Hold on for a moment right here. Okay, yeah, Psalm 15. Shema Yisrael. Hear this.
Psalm 15. Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoureth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things shall never be moved, 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 shall never be moved.
Yes. Psalm 15 right here. Go and check the slides right there. But here we have Psalm 15, daily psalm here for the Shabbat Eve. And Shabbat Shalom, y'all, because some of y'all probably already close to Sabbath time here as we still are podcasting right here. We definitely had to segue into wisdom, the divine, the Hebrew divine feminine in the beginning. Had to touch on that right there, and just bring out some of the basics, and hopefully it's basic to follow along, some of the basic verses, but definitely we'll go over it. Any questions about that, definitely look forward to it. Yes. So that's Psalm 15. I did see Psalm 15 come on the screen right there. There we go. So here we have Mizmor Tetvav, right? Here, Hebraically, Psalm 15. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Tetvav. Has only 5 verses, 5 short verses here. This psalm is themed God's guess, right? Or Yahweh's guess, Jehovah's guess, God's guess. Interesting here, coming out of the Chag HaSukkot, Sameach, hopefully it was blessed, and there's that abiding of the word, right? To help to walk the way, right? And to overcome, in the way, the truth, and the life. Here we have Psalm 15, God's guest. So we were like his guests during the feast of booths, right? Tabernacles, huts, God's guest, right? Even that extra day, the Shemini Atzeret, right? So next to Psalm 23, Psalm 15, next to Psalm 23, this is one of the most popular chapter. This is the most popular chapter of the book of Psalms, right? Traditionally speaking, Psalm 15, next to Psalm 23, Yahweh Ro'i, is my shepherd. Lo echsa, echad, like I would not, I would not want. Yeah, let's see, Psalm 23. Yeah, that's a psalm, yeah? Psalm 23 here, right? Mizmor le David Yahweh Ro'i, lo echsar, right? Lo echsar, right? Lo echsar, I shall not be lacking, right? So, right, right, the Lord is my shepherd. Yeah, I shall not want. So this psalm here, right? Yahweh, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? Right? Here today's daily psalm. Right? Commonly, this psalm is called God's gentleman, right? Yahweh's honorable man. And this psalm is descriptive of the Hebraic ideal. So here at the beginning of our discipleship studies and for disciples, this is a good precept, as some good precepts here in these 5 verses, because descriptive of the Hebraic ideal of human character, right? We say Christ in his kingly character, but of human character, being a true human being, right? And so the Son of Man, right? The Son of Man, right? Hebraically is the human being and the true human being. So here in this Psalm 15, right, Yahweh's guest is descriptive of the Hebraic ideal, right, of human character. The poetic questions, there are questions here in this song. They convey the notion, the idea that we today should briefly designate a kind of an ideal. Some might even call it an idealism, right? But ideal of life, of liberty, right? Like an ideal of liberty, right, is brought out in Psalm 15, right? Of character, right? Holiness, set apartness, holiness, and the image of the quote mountains of Yahweh. The mountains, there's the mountains round about Jerusalem, the mountains of Yahweh. They imply man's elevation. So think about it in the feasts of festivals, right? Literally, physically, right? We are making an ascent, going up, right? And then when we reach the holy place, it's to go up, right? Into the higher heights of thoughts, as his thoughts are higher than our thoughts, to be in that holy space and grace. Man's elevation above the low places of life, the low places of our liberty, the upward soaring of the soul, our psyche, right? That's where the battleground really is there for our soul, right? And the soul is the psyche, right? So the upward soaring of the soul from the vulgar, right? The vulgar, the base, the nasty, the so-called commonplace, right? Especially in perilous times, right? To the nobility, right? The royalty, the loyalty, and the purity of genuine morality, right? To the nobility, the loyalty, and the purity of genuine morality, right? Of perspective, of view, and of conduct. The qualifications for entry. What are the qualifications? This psalm here brings out the qualifications for entry into Elohim, the Creator, Ha Elohim's presence, into the divine presence, into the divine presence, face, perception, right? Presence, into his presence. See, when we bring out the word presence is like just before somebody, but presence actually means more than that Hebraically. It's like the face, but the face actually also means the perception. Like if I'm in his presence, I also am granted to see it from his way of seeing it, right? Right? In his presence, being before him, right? So, like Yahweh always being before us, that means even when other people, men and people, don't see us, we're conscious that he sees, right? We're in his presence, right? So, what are the qualifications for entry? To enter in to Ha Elohim's presence before his face, right? They are purely ethical. What's called ethics, or what we call genuine morality. Because morality generally can be subjective. Morality can be subjective. I can have my morality, you can have your morality, but in the scripts, right, and the way teach us genuine, the morality that's genuine and pure ethical, right? And it's also within the compass, within the what? The compass, the circle, the cipher, in the compass of all human beings. So these genuine moral ethics and the way, the truth, and the life, they're not beyond anyone to do, right? It's not beyond anyone to do or to manifest it. That's why Yeshua said to the Talmudav, his disciples, he said, and to us, if we are his disciples, right? He says, be ye perfect as Abinu Sheba Shemayim is perfect, as our Father who art in heaven. Be ye perfect. Well, how does it mean, right? Perfect according to these genuine, right? Genuine morality, right? According to these ethical, these ideals here that are brought out in this psalm right here, right? The ancient teaching, it remarked in some of the ancient teachings, right? In Jerusalem, even the Babylonian and other like Talmud teaching. Talmud is the opposite word, means teaching, but the ancient teachings had remarked some of the earlier sages of the bygone days and ages. They remarked that what is called the 613 Taryag, the 613 commandments of the Pentateuch, of the 5 books of Moshe, they are summarized in this psalm. That what's called the 613 commandments, and there are approximately that. I don't doubt the number, but it's not saying that everyone keeps all 613. We mentioned that before. There are some commands are to priests, some commands to Levites, some command to chiefs, to rulers, to kings, some command to men, some command to women, some commands actually to children. There's different commands. You know what I'm saying? But overall, right, what is called the summary of the Torah, right, of commands can be summarized in this little psalm here and in these 5 verses, meaning that their genuine moral purpose is here crystallized here in today's daily psalm. So let's just go through this because it's good to be reminded. I know we touched on this briefly, I think a couple of days ago when it was in the feast, the festival, but this is a beautiful psalm because it has like principles or principles, if you will, right here. Here we have today's daily psalm, also themed, right? Also theme the conditions of access to Ha Elohim, to the true good, the true God. Conditions of access. Right? Right. Doors Adik, righteous generation. This Adik Dor, right? Yeah, righteous generation. Right? In the preceding in Psalm 14, it spoke of the preceding psalm distinguished the righteous generation. Right? Which verse was it? But he is that the one about the generation of the righteous? Psalm 14, righteous generation. Let me see right here. Righteous generation. Just looking over this right here in the hard copy. Oh, there we go. It's in verse 5. There are they in great fear for Elohim, because Elohim is with the righteous generation. Ki Elohim Bidor, right? Bidor Sadiq, right? So the Hebrew word up there, Dor Sadiq. So here, and looking at Psalm 15, just reflecting on the previous psalm, Mizmoyo Dalet, right? And there, it speaks of a righteous generation and how Elohim is in and with the righteous generation. That there are many who are in great fear. I mean, even the times that we're living in, these perilous times, right? Some say the worst times, the worst days, right? There are they in great fear. But remember this, Ki Elohim Bidor Adik. But Elohim is in the door, the generation of the Tzaddik, of the righteous, from the mass of universal corruption everywhere, right? And clothes with a longing for the salvation that comes Mitzion, out of Zion, right? Out of the sanctuary, right? And out of the Davidic monarchy. Those are the two key factors there, scripturally, we find with the Sion. So Psalm 15, these 5 verses, they answer the question, who belongs to the Dor Sadiq? Who belongs to the Dor Sadiq? Right? Dor Sadiq, Dor Sadiq. Right? And whom shall the future salvation avail? That's a big question among many Israelites, right? Is salvation just to the Israelites? It's to the Gentiles? It's to the nation? Or what's going on with salvation? Right? So, whom shall the future salvation avail? In other words, who shall the future salvation save, so to speak? Who shall the future salvation give the victory, right? Give the victory to? To who, right? This psalm here, Psalm 15, it answers the question, right? Now, Psalm 24, which we know is the evening psalm for the first day that the Gentiles call Sunday, it was composed in connection with the removal of the ark, right, of Ha'aron to Sion. Is very similar. So there's a similarity here in these two psalms. Take note, Talmudim, disciples, take note right here. Psalm 15, right? It's like Psalm 15 is seen like Elohim's gentlemen, Elohim's, like we say, all the king's men, right? Rastaman, the king's man, right? All the king's men. So 15, Elohim's guest. Who has that honor? Right? Well, we know that Yisrael during the feast, even tabernacles, right? We've had that honor, right? But here, in going into the deeper questions, the state of mind expressed in this psalm exactly correspond to the unhypocritical piety. People being religious, piety, right? Religious, but there's a remember that even the scripture talks about true religion, true religion. But here it says, to the unhypocritical piety and genuine lowliness, right? The lowliness, to say like the humbleness that were manifest in David, that was manifest in David, in their most beauteous light, the most beautiful light and illumination on that occasion. All right. So just going over some of because it's important to understand how the Psalms go with other places in the scripture. All right. And then we can see the proverbial, what they call it, the big picture. All right. So we have Psalm 15 and 4, 2 Samuel 6 and 19. Psalm 15 and 4, also 2 Samuel 6 and 21. All right. It's interesting there. Kind of tempted just to go there for a moment. Let's just go there for a moment right here. Let's just break out the English, the KJV, right? For first it says, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoreth them that fear, right? Yahweh, right? Sweareth to hurt and changeth not, right? That's in the Psalm, right? And then we look at the Shemuel, 2 Samuel 6:19. Go down to the KJV, a little bit more. Let's get the plain, the light text. And he dealt among all the people, even among the whole of Israel, as well to the woman, the Isha, the Nashim, as the man, the Anashim, right? To every one a cake of bread and a good piece, right? And a flagon. So all the people departed, everyone to his house, right? So, right there. And then over here is another verse. Just want to see if there's some food there, and what it tastes like, right? And David said, this is 2 Samuel 6:21, and David said to Michal, right? Michal, right? Before Yahweh, right? Vaughn Benjamin got that tune before David. But here, David said to Michal, right? He said, before Yahweh, right? In the presence, in the face of Yahweh, right? In the presence, remember the divine presence? Before Yahweh, right? Who chose me before your father and before all his house. In the right? In the presence of your father, before your father, and before in the presence of all his house, to appoint me ruler over the people of Yahweh, over Yisrael. Therefore, I will play before and in the presence of Yahweh. All right. So right there. Where it says swear to his own hurt, because she accused him of doing something improper. Right. And he doubled down in his response. So the fact, however, that Zion, Zion or Mount Moriah is simply called, right, the holy mountain, right, Behar Ad Shekah, right, Behar Ha Kodesh, right, in Psalm 15 here. This rather favors, some try to interpret the time of the composition to the time of Absalom, when David went into exile because of his son, when David was cut off from the sanctuary of Elohio, of his Elohim, while it was in the possession of the men, the very opposite described in this psalm. That's interesting there, because they was going to bring the ark with David, and David said, "No, no, 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 send it back, right? Send back the ark," and he sent back the priests, right? But here, this brings out another aspect of it, that David was cut off from the sanctuary. He could have had the ark with him and took it with him, but he sent it back, right? But it now was in the possession, because it was in the city, right, of the men, Absalom, Ahitophel, and others who were conspiring to take the kingdom from him, right? But it was in the possession of the men that were the very opposite that are described even here in this psalm. Nothing can be maintained with any certainty except that the psalm that we have here, it assumes the elevation of Zion, the heights, the higher heights. We say higher heights, right? Higher heights, the elevation, right, of Zion to the special designation of the holy mountain, the set apart mountain. With Ethiopia, this man was born there, the holy mountain, and the removal of the ark to the Ohel. The other word there is Ohel. Ohel is tent. To the Ohel erected there. This is what David had did over here, just to familiarize the I. And they brought in the ark, remember the ark of the covenant, the ark of Yahweh, and set it in his place in the midst of the tent, or the tabernacle, which is the Ohel, the tent that David had pitched for it. And David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. So he offered olot and he offered shelamim, right? Lifnei Yahweh, before Jehovah, right here. So the 10 right here, let's go to the word 10. So you see tabernacle here is Ohel. So the Ohel is the tent, right? Like a nomad's tent, the sacred tent of Yahweh, right? So the tent right there, right? To the tent. Right, here we go. Okay, there we go. So here, right? Isaiah 33, 13 to 16 is a fine variation of this psalm. You know, we curious like that. Hopefully you're curious too. Let's go over here. We have to do this to get, which verses was it? Which verses was it? It was verses 13 to 16. So let's do this right here. Let's select this. And let's go over here to the KJV light, 13 to 16. Hear, y'all far off, what I have done, and y'all near, acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion. Whoa, look at that. The sinners in Zion. So, you know, there's the chant that no sin can enter in. Well, it does say the sinners in Zion, you know. I know they said no sin can enter in, you know, but they are here. It says sinners in Zion. It's the prophet, after all, right? Prophet Yeshaya, Ha Nabi. Here he says the sinners in Zion are afraid. They're afraid, right? Fearfulness has surprised the hypocrites. That reminds me of the psalm before today's psalm, Psalm 14 and 5. There are they in great fear. Sham, right? Sham, pachadu, fahad. Sham, pachadu, fahad. Actually, that in the Hebrew really says Psalm 14 and 5 there, Sham, Pachadu, right? They were dreading Fahad, Fahad. They were dreading Fahad, Pachad, Pachadu, Fahad. They were dreading dread. They were dreading dread. They were fearing fear in that sense, right? So here's a fearfulness that surprised the hypocrites. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Hey, what does that mean right there? Right? Who shall abide, right, in thy tabernacle?
For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire.
Well, there you go. There you go, right there. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Devouring fire, one translation, consuming fire, another translation, same sense, the fire that eats. It's literally an eating fire. Aish okla. In Hebrew, aish okla. Aish okla, right? Aish okla. Who among us shall dwell with everlasting, right? Everlasting burnings, right? Everlasting burnings, right? The fire, fire, fire. Well, let's find out who, right? Who it is, right? Is he or one who walks righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despises the gain of downpressions, that shaketh his hands from holding bribes. Somebody trying to put a bribe in your hand, and you know when you don't want to receive something, and you're like, no, 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 don't give me that, right? That stoppeth his ears, right, from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing evil. Interesting, right? Righteously in righteousness, uprightnesses, right? Right? Oppressions, downpressions, deceits, right? And bloods, from bloods, right? And then what it says of this one, it says, he shall dwell on high, elevation, right? On high, his place of defense, the munitions of rocks, the highlands, the munition of rocks, bread shall be given him, his waters sure, right? From the heights, the high place, right? Let's go right here. Thine eyes, this is the verse, Rastafari. I don't know if some of the youngins know this verse, but this is the verse here too. Thine eyes shall see, right? Thine eyes shall see the King in his beauty. They shall behold the land that is very far off. Right? There's a land that's far, far away. There's a land that's far, far away. Thine eyes shall behold the King in his beauty. All right, so there's even a link here with this psalm here. Elohim's gentleman, Elohim's guest, right? Elohim's honorable man, right here, here. So let's touch on this psalm right here. Just 5 verses. Got to touch on at least some of the principles in this 5 verses here, right? But definitely the scriptures, right? The scriptures there, right? And the study, right? We need to study to show ourselves approved right here, here. Let's bring this out. Got to bring the page back to the English. Here we go, right here. So here, Elohim's guest, right? Also, right, as a next theme, the conditions of access, right, to the presence, to Elohim's presence, the divine presence, right here, divine perception, right here. Psalm of David. Yahweh, who shall abide in thy tabernacle, thy tent? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? Who shall abide? Who shall sojourn? Right? Who shall abide? The Aleph verse right here. Right? The first verse. Right? So each of these verses is like a teaching. Right? But here opens with the question right here. Here to the Hebrew, Mizmor lid David. It is a Mizmor, a chant, a psalm, Isis, Mizmor lid David, of for the beloved, of for David, right? Of David. Mizmor lid David. Yahweh, mi yagor be aholeka, mi yishkon Behar Kadesheka, Yahweh, who shall abide in thy tent? Yahweh, Mia Yagor Be Aholeka, in your ohel, right? Me, who Yishkon, who shall dwell, right? Yishkon Behar Kadesheka or Kodesheka. Me, Yishkon Behar Kodesheka, me Yishkon Behar Kadesheka. Right? Here. So here's our opening verse here. So here, first things first, tabernacle is tent. Ohel. Right? Aholeka. Right? Thy ohel. Right? Although the parallel is to the Har Kadesheka, to the holy mountain, right? Suggests the temporary sanctuary in Jerusalem, before the construction of the temple. So what's suggested here by the term Ohel, remember David, when he brought the ark, he put it in a tent or ohel, right? Right? Not in, before the stone building, the Beit Mikdash, the house of the holy, right? The Hekal, the stone building, like before Solomon's time. So what we have is a tent, in Zion that David put the ark, right, within, right there, right? So it's better to understand both these terms in a kind of a metaphoric or in the second of the Hebrew two truths, in the figurative sense, like in a word picture, right? Who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Even the tabernacle, the tent, sometimes is even brought out in the scripture to be like Peter talked about it, like this tabernacle, like the body, this temporary sojourn, right? Who shall dwell in thy tabernacle, in thy holy place where you sojourn, right? Where the ark is. Who shall dwell in thy holy hill, right? And even here is a reference, right, without a doubt to Zion, to Zion, right, with David, and then later on to Moriah with the temple in Jerusalem, proverbially speaking, down the block, right? The worshiper did not sojourn, right, or dwell in the holy place. A point that needs to be observed is that the worshiper, right, the worshiper did not sojourn in the holy place. So when we go to feast festival and there is the tent, the tabernacle, where the ark is, and the tent is there. When we go to worship, we don't dwell up in there, right? So that's why these words must be understood in the second of the two truths, in the figurative sense. The worshiper did not sojourn or dwell, right? So the word sojourn is gor, yagor, to sojourn, to abide, to dwell in, right? And then we have Yishkon from Shakan, right? To settle down, to dwell, to tabernacle, right? Indwelling, right? In the holy place. The meaning, therefore, is who is qualified to have access to paneka, to thy face, to thy perception, right? To thy face, to thy presence, to thy person. And therefore, by having access to thy face, thy presence, thy perception, thy person, right? Having communion and enjoying communion with thee, right? Truly. Who? What sort of person, right? Who is he, right? So here, the first verse right here, Mizmor LeDavid, Yahweh mi yagor be aholeka, mi yishkon behar kodesheka, right? So right here to the second verse. So the question has been laid out. Here's the bait. We was talking earlier about the bait, right? Next to Aleph. No, it doesn't allow you to highlight it. That's interesting. It doesn't allow you to highlight it. Okay, but anyway, let's do the second verse, the bait verse right here, right? So who is he? The question has been laid out. One who, or he that walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness and speaketh the truth in his heart. Now, these are all things that any human being, right, who is basically able, right, should be able to do, right? This is not beyond, like to say anyone's reach, right? It's the moral speak. So here it says, Holek Tamim Ua for el sedek. With dobere meta bia levavo. Bia levavo. Bia levavo in his heart. So holek, he whose halak, holek, right? He who walks, holek, he who walks, holek, from halak, he walked, right? The halaka comes from here. So it's not just like how we read it, we study it, we reason on it, but now what do we take with us, like in our life and liberty? How does it affect our walk? Do we walk in it? Holek tamim, he who walks tamim, he walks completely, entirely. In some places, this word is translated as perfect, right? To be complete, right? Not having more, not having less, right? But also the sense of wholeness, completeness, soundness, right? Healthiness, even in that sense, right? And integrity, right? Holek tamim, right? So walking uprightly, ufoel sedek, and is one who poel, right? Who makes, who's a doer. This word to make, to do, is habitual, is systematically, right? Who makes it a part of not just occasionally, right? But this is part of one's system, systematically and habitually, right? The doer, right? Like we have say to make, right? Right? But that could be to make various things. But we have the pa'al here. And the pa'al has a sense to practice, right? When you do it systematically and habitually, now a habit once formed becomes like an incurable second nature. So if it's in the righteous walk, right, holek tamim, right, ufoel tzedek, then habitually it will be tzedek. Here we have justice, righteous, right, tzedek, right, and speaketh the truth, right, and does what, right, with dober, right, dober, right, with dober amet, and is a dober, a speaker from dabar, right? Dabar, he spoke. Dober, a speaker, right? Dober, a speaker. Dober emet. Dober emet. Dober emet, right? A speaker of truth, of what's firm, what's sure, what's like trustworthy, what's faithful, what's credit worthy. You know what I mean? Speak of the truth. Be a lebabo. Be levavo. Be lebabo. In his lebab, right? In his heart. Right? To say his heart, but more Hebraically, his inner mind, his inner man, right? His will, right? His determination. So what do we have here? Walketh uprightly. Walketh uprightly. Holek tamim. Holek tamim. Right? The same word, it occurs when Yahweh, when Eloheinu exhorts, builds up, right? When he builds up, right? Exhortation to Abraham. In Genesis chapter 17 and 1, it says, walk before me and be thou wholehearted. Be thou wholehearted. So here, since we're in Genesis, disciples, here picking up, even getting a little ahead in the studies right here, but these are principles or principles, right, that are very valuable, right? So it's like, though we can learn it at this time or that time, they serve in all time, right? And when Abraham was 90 years old, look at that, man, 90 years old. I don't know if anyone here is 90 years old. I mean, if anybody is 90 years old and they listen to hear this far, just say, hey, I'm 90 years old. You know, hallelujah. You know what I mean? But for real, right? Abraham was 90 years old and not even 90, he was 99 years old. And Yahweh appeared. Yahweh became visible to Abraham. Yahweh appeared to Abraham and said to him, I, the Almighty God, right, walk before me and be thou perfect. Right? Perfect. Religious folks will say there's nothing perfect. Nobody's perfect. But then they say they believe in the Bible and believe in God, and then we find verses like this. So we have to find out what perfect really means. Right? Right? Perfect or upright, sincere. Let's bring out the Hebrew right here. Let's go into Tanakh. Right? Let me see what because sometimes they, okay. Okay, they're comparing different manuscripts that have slightly different reading. Okay, Elohim, Elio, Yahweh, Elio, Yahweh, Avram, Elohim. All right, the different versions have. So I'm going to Tanakh right here. All right, the Tanakh right here. All right, okay, right here. So here it says, "Wayehi Abraham ben Tishim Shana with Teisha Shanim." Wayera Elohim, and Elohim was visible, was seeable. Wayera Elohim El Avram, and Yahweh was visible to Abraham. Wayomer Elio, and he said to him, Ani El Shaddai, I am El Shaddai. Right? Hitalek, you, the I, walk, right? Walk, halaka, make your halaka, right? Halak, hitalek, right? Lifanai, before my face, before my presence, right? Weh, weh, hiye, weh, and and be, right? And be tamim, weh, tamim. So here, weh, so like to command somebody to be, right? Hiye, a male at least. Wehye, and be and become Wehye Tamim, and become Tamim. So what we have here, when it says perfect, over here we have Tamim, the same word, Tamim. So here from that verse, from let's go back over here. Went too many pages back. There we go, right there. So from that verse right there, that was Genesis chapter 17, verse 1. So when he says to Abraham, walk before me and be thou wholehearted, is one translation, right? But KJV has it, and be thou perfect. So holek tamim is that walk perfect, walk with integrity, without genuine moral blemish, right? And also, right, for el sedek, and also works as a practice, right? Practice tzedek, practice justice, rightness, right? What conforms to Yahweh's proper weights and measures, right? Performs righteousness. All embracing term here is tzedek. So what do we have here? We have tzedek. What is tzedek? It's an all embracing term for honest, straightforward dealing, the ethically right. And Hebraically, Judaically, this applies not just to a spooky kind of a pseudo spiritual thing. It applies to practical ways of how we do business, our relations with ones. This is the sense of tzedek when we talk about an all-embracing term for honest, straightforward, right dealing, that which is ethically right in Yahweh Eloheinu's sight. And lastly but not leastly, it says, and speaketh the truth in his heart. With dober emet, be a lebabo, that speaketh, that's dober, speaker, dober emet, a speaker of truth, dober emet, right, a speaker of truth, be a lebabo, in his heart. Unlike those with a double heart, right? Those with a double heart, you may say, with a heart and a heart, yeah, with a double heart, right? Just to give you proof of that right here. Remember Psalm 12? Right? Let's go to Psalm 12, verse 3. Psalm 12, verse 3. Right? Here it says, Yahweh shall cut off all flattering lips, the tongue that speaketh proud things. Right? All flattering lips. Let's see right here. This has a superscription. Hold on for a moment. If it has a superscription, right, then that pushes the verse over. So it'll be a verse behind. Yeah, here we go. All right, it's a numbering thing. Here we go. All right. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor. Flattering lips with a double heart do they speak. So here. So you see the Hebrew, it says double heart. In the Hebrew, it's a heart and a heart. So the Hebraicism is that they speak with a heart and a heart, with a mind and a mind. right? Shav yidavru isha eta re'ehu. Sefata halakota beleib waleib yidaberu, right? So with flattering lips, sifat halakot, with slippery lips, sifata halakot, believe in a heart, waleib, in a heart, believe, waleib, believe, walev, right? Believe, waleib, the heart and a heart, yidaberu, do they speak? Yidaberu, do they speak? So right here, right? They speak with a heart and a heart, right? Believe, waleib, with a heart and a heart, with a mind and a mind. They say one thing and they think the next thing, they think the next thing, and they say another thing. So right there, when it says speak the truth, dober emet, this is the opposite, right? Dober emet be lebabo, right? Inward sincerity, therefore, is demanded, right? It didn't say speak of the truth with his mouth, but speak of the truth with his heart, with his inner man, his inner mind, right? With his inner mind, his inclination, his conscience, right? This conscience within. So right here, these are the qualifications, the Gimel verse, the third verse, right? Third verse here, right? So these two questions, what kind of person would have access, right? All access pass. Well, one who backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, right? Who taketh or receiveth, doesn't endure. Now, the word backbite, when it says backbiteth, right? Hebraically, this brings out what we call and what people call slander, right? Does not slander with his tongue, right? Let's bring out the Hebrew here. It says, Lo ragal al lishono. He does not walk on his tongue. That's what the word, actually, the Hebraicism in Hebrew. Lo ragal al lishono. Lo ragal, not ragal. Only not walk al lishono, right? Lishon. So the lashon is the tongue, right? And when it says he backbiteth, ragal. Ragal mean like to go on foot. But the word ragal also connects with like a tail bearer. You know, the tail bearer goes to and fro, right, on their tongue, right? So to the ancient, the Afro-Shemitically, to talk slander, like to be a tail bearer, to go here and there, right, is like in the Hebrew sense, is to almost like walk on your tongue, right? Lo ragal al lishono. Lo ragal al lishono, right? So this one walks on their tongue. So here it says, doesn't walk on his tongue, right? Lo ragal al lishono, lo asa le ra'ehu, right? Le ra'ehu ra'a, right? And it says here, and not doing lo asa does not do le ra'ehu to his reya, to his friend, his fellow, his companion, re'ehu, his companion, le ra'ehu ra'a, right? Lo asa le ra'ehu ra, right? We kherpa, right? Lo nasa al robo, right? And a like kherpa, like a reproach, right? Kherpa, we kherpa. So a kherpa, right? A kherpa, lo nasa, does not lift up a reproach all up against Karobo, against his near one who is like near to him, right? Al Karobo, right? So the word for neighbor, Karob, right? Karob means to be near neighbor. It could be like a person who's near in place, time, a personal relationship, such as the kin, right? Karobo. So he doesn't take up a herpa, right? Right? No chirpa, no scorn, no taunt against, right? His next of relation, his near of kin, right? So this verse right here, full of this verse, lo ragal al lishono, lo asa lirehu ra, we chirpa lo nasa al robo. What do we have here? We have other qualifications, slander. So the backbite, Ragal, lo ragal, to say like don't slander, lo ragal, right? Not to slander or walk about, right? All Lashona on your tongue, right? Slander, this is a vice strongly denounced in Judaic, Hebraic, right? In the Lion of Judah teaching, right? Whoever speaks slander, the Lashon Hara, the evil tongue, is as though he denied the fundamental principle. And the fundamental principle is the existence of Elohim, of the Creator. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, right? Blessed be He. The Creator, right? The existence of God, of Elohim, the Holy One, blessed be He, says of Him. So here, from the teaching, it's as though the Holy One, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, blessed be He, says of such a person, a slanderer, I and he, I and the slanderer, I and he cannot dwell in the world, right? Together in the world. I and he cannot, right, dwell together in the world. So somebody got to go. Somebody got to fade away. And Yahweh is here forever. You know what I mean? Even before there was time. But here, this first part here is slander, the backbite, right? The second part right here is evil to his fellow, right? Evil nor doeth evil. Ra'ah, ra'ah, does not do evil. Lo asa, lo asa, lo asa. So here we have asa, asa he did, right? He doesn't do, right? Lo asa does not do. Le re'ehu, le re'ehu. So here, notice in this sentence it has two words for neighbor, right, in English, but it's two different words in Hebrew. This is reya, 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 right? And in the sentence is le re'ehu, re'ehu. The who is his, re'ehu, right? Le re'ehu, to his reya, his friend, right? Doesn't do evil, ra'ah, right? Rara, to his friend, to his fellow, his companion, his intimate, right? From ancient times, it's almost like a fellow shepherd. But be that as it may, he does not do ra'ah, ra'ah, that which is bad, disagreeable, unpleasant, right? Giving pain, unhappiness, right? He doesn't do it to ra'ehu, right? Right? Does not wrong him in transaction. So Hebraically, Judaically, we understand this as the evil to his neighbor is like wronging your neighbor or your reya, your companion, your fellow in business, right? So the context of doing when it says, see, the word neighbor in both instances is confusing, right? That's why when we say that nor doeth evil to his neighbor, right, his fellow, the Hebraic understanding, right, and the application of this is wronging him in a transaction, wronging your neighbor, your fellow in business. We talk about, hey, how come we can't do business together? Why is that we can't do business? And whether they want to say black men or black once lost now found, why we have trouble doing business, right? This is it right there. Nor doeth evil to his neighbor, right? Lo asa l'reihu ra, right? Wronging him in a transaction in business, right? Nor, right, taketh up a reproach, a scorn, a reproach, right, against or upon, right, al robo, upon his near of kin, right? Seeks to discredit him by spreading information against him. All the details mentioned in this verse here, they illustrate the practical application of the golden rule. Y'all know what the golden rule is, right? The golden rule. What did Moshe say, right? What did Moshe say, right? What did Robeno say? Let's go right here, 1918, right? 1918. Here we go, 1918. All right, Leviticus, Vayikra, Vayikra. It says, "Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people." So for the Israelite, our Karob is our fellow Israelite. Right? Did you get that right there? For the Israelite, the one who is near, because when it says that Yahweh, like Israel is a people near to him. So we are like Yahweh's neighbor in that sense. We're one near of kin, near of relationship. Right? In the same way, that means that each each B'nai Yisraeli, Beta Israelite, right, is a neighbor one to each other. That's why it reads this way here in Vayikra 19, Leviticus 19:18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children, the sons of thy people, but thou shalt love what? Thou shalt do what? Love thy neighbor as thyself. So for the Israelite and those in covenant to love one another in covenant. And same applies in the Brit Chadasha. Right? He says, Ani Yahweh. So here, bringing out the Hebrew here, he says, Lo tikom. Right? Don't seek vengeance. Lo tikom with lo titor. Lo titor. Lo titor. Lo titor. Right? And don't grudge. Right? Eta b'nei Ameka. Don't grudge against the sons of your people. B'nai Ameka. B'nai Ameka. Right? Where Ahavta. And the I love. And the I love. Where Ahavta. And the I love. Le Re'aka. Love your Reya. Re'aka. The Reya of the I. Like Le Re'aka. Kamoka. Ka like Moka. Kamo like Ka. Like yourself, and love your neighbor lereaka kamoka. Right? Wahabta lereaka kamoka. Ani Yahweh. I be he who he be. Right? So it's like Yahweh signs off, you know what I mean, on this. He signs off on this by his name, by the Hashem. Hakadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem. So this is a practical, this verse here that we have here in Psalm 15, Mizmor Tetvav, Psalm 15, right? Yahweh's guest, right? Yahweh's gentleman, right? You know, he's a kinsman, so to speak, right here, right? We have a practical application. So love thy neighbor, right, as thyself. So we have this verse. Okay, we went back another verse right there. This is the verse here. So this is a practical application of Leviticus 19:18. Right? Love thy neighbor as thyself. That's why you have that verse quoted in the Brit Chadasha, the new covenant as well. So right here, right, to this verse once again, lo ragal al lishono, lo asa li re'ehu ra'a, v'cherpa lo nasa al krobo. Here we go. The Dalet. Two more verses. The Dalet verse, the fourth verse right here. These are all the qualifications. So we should make this our own like checklist. Check. Right? Here it says, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoreth them that reverence, that respect, that reverence Yahweh. Sweareth, this one sweareth, he sweareth to hurt, right? Sweareth to hurt, right? And changeth not, and changeth not. Now, the interesting thing about the word hurt, ra'ah, is related to the ra'ah, evil, right? To be bad, but it's like the verb, right? He swears to, like, even if bad things will happen to me, for me holding to a righteous thing, then I'll swear in the context here, right? So a vile person, right? A vile person is despised. A vile person. Nibzeh be anayo nimas. A what? Nimas, right? A vile person is rejected, right? A vile person is nimas, is rejected, right? Here it says nibzeh, right? Nibzeh be anayo nimas, right? Nibzeh, right? He what? Contemns, bazeh, holds in contempt, right? One who is ma'as, nimas, right? Nimas, right? One who is like to be rejected, right? And so this is brought out in translation as the vile person, right? He judges, therefore, one who has access to divine presence and perception and face, and also, no doubt, grace, is one who judges a man by his true character. And if the man is genuinely morally defective, does not allow other considerations to weigh in his estimate of him. So if this one is Nimas, right, it doesn't say, well, they got a lot of money or something, what I mean, something like some other garbage, right, to weigh in the estimation, right? He's a vile person, right? He reserves the respect now for them that reverence Elohim. So to reverence Elohim is not to say, well, I reverence Elohim, but it's how we walk it out, how we live it, how we conduct ourselves. What a revolution would be created in any society, hopefully in ours.
Lion of Judah society.
What a revolution will be created in any society by the carrying out of such principles, or Rastaman principles, right? Is not the chaotic state of the world, right, due fundamentally to the fact that vile persons who had seized and taken power were not despised? They were not what? Nibzeh, right? Baza, Nibzeh, and Nephil. They were not despised, despicable, right? Thought of as worthless, right? Disesteemed, right? Think to scorn, right? But it goes on to say, but he honoreth. It doesn't stop there, but he honoreth. The honor. So for who is his honor? Right? Wa'eta yirei Yahuwah yikaved. Right? Wa'et yirei. So those who reverence, yirei, those who respect, who reverence, who revere, yirei Yahuwah yikaved. Yikaved. He kaved. Yikaved. He regards them, with honor. They have gravity, right? They have weight. They have gravity, right there, right? In the sense of in the good sense, right there, right? They're honorable, right? They're honorable. They got gravity, right? So notice this verse right here. He reverenced them that honor. He honors them that reverence, that respects, that reverence Yahweh, right? Show reverence, the Yirat Yahweh. What is the reverence of Yahweh? The reverence of Yahweh Hebraically can be translated in a sense as true religion. True religion is the reverence of Yahweh, is true religion, right? The reverence, showing reverence for him by conformity to his will, conformity to Yahweh's will. Such yirat, right? Such fear, such reverence, yare, from the yare, such yirat, right, is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom. We're talking about wisdom here, right? Knowledge and wisdom. Psalm 111 and 10 and Proverbs, right? Proverbs chapter 9 and 10 both speaks about how such reverence, right, for Yahweh, right, is the beginning. And we talk about the beginning, the Rosh and the Reshith, right, of knowledge, of Da'at, the hidden Sephirah on the tree of life, and Chokmah, and wisdom, right? Ethics and right, genuine morality, and to possess it is the distinguishing feature of men who lead a life, a liberty of integrity, right? So those men who lead a life of a liberty of integrity possess these, right? To honor them, now to honor such men is consequently an indication of good moral character in Yahweh's sight, because like are attracted to like are attracted to like. Um, just walk with me right here, right? I see this quote right here, but I'm a little rusty on the verse, so I want to go to the verse right here. Was it 1:11? Right? It was at 1:11 and 10. So let's see if this is the verse here. 1:11 and 10. There we go. Because we're talking about wisdom, right? In the beginning, right? Beginning discipleship. This is a good place to begin, right? The reverence of Yahweh, the beginning of wisdom, right? The beginning of what? The beginning of Chokmah, of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do, right? That do, right? That do, right? So we learn to do, right? A good understanding, overstanding have all they that do, right? The word his commandments is not there, right? His praise endureth forever. His praise, right? Endureth forever. A good understanding, right? That do them. So it's not commandments, but that do them, that do them. A good understanding, all they that do them, right? Not his commandments. That's italicized for a reason. So here it says Reshith. So here we have Reshith again, as with this whole podcast, to bring out the divine, right? Hebrew, divine Hebrew, feminine aspect in the creation according to the scripts, right? And here, double down on it. Reshith Chokmah Yirat Yahweh. The Reshith of Chokmah, the beginning, right, of wisdom, right? The principle of wisdom, the wisdom principle is the Yirat Yahweh, is the reference of he who be, who he be. Sekel Tov, Sekel Tov, Sekel Tov, Sekel, a good, right? Understanding good, a good circumspection, a good intel, a good intelligence, right? Sekel Tov, Lekal Oseihem is for all the doers of them. Sekel Tov, Lekal Oseihem, right? A good, right? A good intelligence, intel, Sekel, right? Circumspection, Lekal for all Osei, doers of him, doers of them, Lekal Oseihem. Tehilato, his praise, Omedet, right? She standeth la'ad. She standeth la'ad, going on, like the forever, in continuity, right? Going forward. So here we have the reverence, the fear, right, of Yahweh. The reverence is the Reshith, right? And we see the wisdom, right? The Reshith Chokmah, the Reshith of wisdom, right? Even from the beginning, right? And next place we'd like to go right here is the Proverbs, Proverbs 9 and 10, right? Proverbs 9 and 10. Now, Proverbs and Psalms is very important in discipleship, just for ones and ones from ancient times, right? Because the same today, yesterday, forever, right? So these are some good comparative books and study books here, right? That help to, explain, bring out the precepts, right? And the principal precepts. Here it says the reverence, right? The reverence of Yahweh, the beginning of Chokmah, the beginning, the what? Is that Reshith too? No, notice here we have a different word for beginning. Techila. The techila is a techila, right? The beginning. Now this speaks about first time, right? Sense of opening, a commencement, the original, tequila. That's why many of us who come to the study say, well, it's not really in the beginning, it's in Reshith, right? Because we know there's another word, there's this word for beginning, there is tequila, right? The tequila of wisdom and knowledge, and the knowledge, right? The knowledge, the da'at, right? Of the holy, right? Of the holy, the kadosh, of HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. The knowledge of the kadosh is understanding, is bina. Remember when it said in Proverbs 4 and 7, right? Get wisdom, right? Right? And with all you're getting, get bina, get understanding. Now, here this shows us how to get it, right? Showing us how to get it right here, right? Let's bring out the Hebrew here. It says, Techilat Chokmah, Yirat Yahweh, the Yirat, right, of Yahweh, with the Ata Kedoshim, and the knowledge of the Holy One. So here it's not Kadosh, in the text it's Kedoshim. Kadosh is singular, Kedoshim is the holy ones. With the Ata Kedoshim and the knowledge of the holy ones, right? Bina. And the knowledge of the holy ones is overstanding, is understanding. With the Ata Kedoshim Bina. Full of full. Techilata Hokma Yerati Yahweh. With the Ata Kedoshim Bina. Right? So what do we have right here? here we have these two verses bringing out these key principles right here, right? Right? That the reverence, the Yirat Yahweh, showing reverence for Yahweh by conformity to his will. Such Yirat, right? Yirah is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom, right? Right? Is the Techilat, right? Of knowledge, of Da'at, and of Chokmah, right? True ethics, right here. And why is this so? To possess them is the distinguishing feature of man, right? Who lead a life of integrity. To honor them, right? Yikabed, right? To kabad them, right? To honor them, to show them gravity, right? And weight is consequently an indication of a good moral character. Why? Why is it an indication of a good moral character? Because the principle, like are attracted to like. Right? It says, love your neighbor, right? Kamoka, kamoka, lereeka, kamoka, ahabta, lereeka, kamoka. Love your neighbor as yourself. And it says right here that this one, right, man of integrity who has right to access the divine presence, sweareth to hurt and changeth not, right? Swears to ra'ah, to bad, to evil, right? And changeth not. What does this mean? The sanctity of the plighted word, nishaba, nishaba, le hara, le hara, le lo, with lo yamir, with lo yamir. He sweareth to his own hurt and changeth not, right? And changeth not. This part of the verse, let's bring out the verse right here, right? Nibze be'ainayo nim nimas, we'et yirata Yahweh yikabed, nishba lehara with lo yamir, right? This is the part, last part. Nishba, 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 nishba. Nishba come from Shabbat, Shabbat. Shabbat means to swear. Nishba is in the Nephil sense. Nishba, to swear. The Nephil of Shabbat as the Nephil, building it as the Nephil, is Nishba, which means to swear, right? To swear. Nishaba. So here it says Nishaba le hara. He sweareth to hurt, like to his own hurt. Like even if something bad happened, he gonna hold to what is good and true. Velo yamir, velo yamir, and he does not yamir, right? He does not moor. Velo yamir. He doesn't change it. He doesn't try to alter it. You know, when it gets difficult, he don't try to change what he said. He holds to it. The sanctity of the plighted word, the vow, the principle of the vow here is the plighted word. Words of our mouth, meditation of our heart, of our mind, even when it proves disadvantageous. Sometimes we may give our word to something and it's not advantageous, it's disadvantageous. You know what I mean? However, this is still stressed. This is stressed in Yehudi, in Judahite, you know, in the tribe of Judah and Israelite and Hebraic ethics. This is stressed, right? A note on this is to vows, the principle of vows and vowing in light of Yahadut, right? Right here, right? But here, to this verse right here, just breaking down the principles. And lastly, but not leastly, the fifth verse right here, right? Yahweh's guest, to be his guest, right? Who shall have access? Yahweh, who shall sojourn in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy mountain, right? Who is qualified to have access to thy presence, thy perception, thy face, thy person, right? And to enjoy communion, right? That oneness with thee, right? Well, lastly but not leastly, one who puts not out his money, right? So this even covers how we deal with our money, who puts not out his money to usury, lending money to one on interest, right? Especially to a fellow, say Israelite, from that perspective of the fellow disciple or one of faith, nor taketh reward, nor taketh what? Reward against the innocent, nor taketh a reward or a bribe or reward against the innocent, right? He that doeth these shall never, right, ever be moved, right? He that doeth these, right, that these right here, here. So here, let's bring out the Hebrew right here. It says, Kaspo lo natan, Kaspo lo natan be neshek, we shohada ala nakia loa lakach, o se ele lo yimota le olam, o se ele, those they who do these, one or really one who do these, he who do these, right? Or say ele, he who do these, lo yemota le olam, not being moved, lo yemot le olam, not being moved forever, right? Never being moved, in other words, never be moved. Kaspo, right? Kaspo lo natana ben neshek. First part first, putteth out, not putting out his money, right, to usury. Kaspo lo natan ben neshek. Lo natan ben neshek. So what is the kaspo? Kaspo is his kesef. Kesef is the silver money, kesef, right? Kaspo, his money, his silver. Kaspo, lo natan, lo, not natan, not giving, not giving. Lo natan, right here to give, lo natan, right? Lo natan bin neshek. He doesn't give his money bit in neshek. He doesn't give his money in neshek. What is neshek? Neshek is interest. It's usury. Neshek. Interesting thing about this word right here, neshek, is like interest on a debt. But when we go to the root of neshek, it comes from nashak. Nashak means the verb. Neshek is the noun, and nashak is the verb. Nashak means to bite. Ouch. To bite. Nashak. Right? Literally. And in the figurative sense of the Hebraicism, it means to pay, to give interest, to lend for interest, to take a bite. So somebody lend you money and then you have to pay this much interest. It's like a bite out of what's been lent, because you still have to give back what's lent, and then you also have to pay the bite, the neshek, right? So it's a bite. So he doesn't give out his money by a strike or a bite. He doesn't with a sting, right? In business sense, down press, right? With interest on a loan, right? So right here, right? First part here, right? Kaspo, lo natan ben neshek. So he doesn't give out his money on interest. Leviticus 25:36 for the scripts, Torah scripts. Leviticus 25:36, but we're instructed not to do so. Deuteronomy 22:20, not to do so. And the context here, right, according to Torah, with a fellow Israelite. Other nations, we could, right, charge interest, and we also maintain, debt obligations. We could cancel if we want to, but we're not commanded to do so, right? We're only commanded to do so with our fellow Israelite, right, in the Old Testament sense, or in the Brit Hadasha sense, one who's in the way, the truth, and the life. Just want to point that out right there because it's an important distinction to make, right? So with Israelite to Israelite, there is no interest on money lending for Israelite to Israelite, right? And there is no interest. There's another thing just escaped me just now, right? But there's no interest on that. Oh, and debt cancellation for Israelite, right? We know that we have that, that year of release, the sabbatical year, right, where debts are canceled, right? But then, as it tells Israel, this is for Israel, there is a stipulation that for other nations, and for others outside, right? So it's an interesting thing right here, you know what I mean? And there's more commentary on it, but the basic principle is that not to put out your money to your fellow, right, right, Israelite, with an interest at usury, right, or take a bribe, take a reward against the innocent, right, with shahad and a shahad. What's a shahad? Shahad, shahad is a present, a bribe. Shahad is like a bribe. Don't take a bribe. Donation, venal or redemptive, but in this sense, don't take a bribe, right? All, right? Don't take a bribe. All naki, against the naki, against the naki. Who's the naki? The naki is the innocent, the exempt, the innocent, right? To be clean, to be free, to be innocent, right? So here it says, with shahad al naki, right? Against the innocent, lo lakach, right? Lo, not lakach, not taking, right? Not taking a shahad, not taking a bribe against the naki. With shahad al naki, lo lakach, lo lakach. What do we have right here? Bribe. Let's go to the bribe. The shahad. What is the shahad? The shahad, the present. The context here, the bribe. The corruption of tzedek, perverting the course of justice by bribery, is severely condemned, right, in Hebrew and biblical, right, in the Bible, right? Exodus chapter 23 and 8, Deuteronomy chapter 16 and 19, Deuteronomy chapter 27 and 25. These scriptures directly point to, right, the corruption of justice, perverting the course of justice by bribery, right? Exodus 23 and 8, Deuteronomy 16 and 19, and Deuteronomy 27:25. Nothing demarcates, right, the concept of human society as depicted throughout the scriptures, from the realities of the contemporary world, right, like our world, as does the unswerving insistence upon the corruptive power of a bribe. So if you really study the Torah, the scriptures, you'll see how severely bribes, are condemned, because bribes start to corrupt, like it starts to like poison the well. In other words, a healthy corporate body is only possible where the impartial, non-partial rule of justice, of tzedek turdov, is complete and absolute, or we can say is perfect, right? And the practice of bribery is a cancer. It's like a cancer, right? That inevitably destroys the strength and the stability of any society, right? Of any society, any nation, any group, right? And this is something that, we need to consider, as a people, right? The bribe, right? Because it's interesting, because even there, I was thinking about what said, nor taketh reward against the innocent. Sometimes they may have like a wanted poster and they give you a bunch of money, right? If you bring in the person that's wanted, you know what I'm saying? But then you have to think about it. It's like, I don't really know if they did the crime. I'm not saying not to. I'm just saying something to consider, right? Especially if within a society is very corrupt. But it's just something to consider. Just another application of that word right there, right? So right here to the last part, the good news that seals up, right, even the opening two questions, right? He that doeth these, right? He that doeth these. Notice it's all about, right, what one does, right? Because faith without works is dead. He that doeth these, right, shall never be moved. So here, the seal verse, Oseele, Oseele. Lo yemot leolam. Lo yemot leolam. Will not be moved leolam. Forever, ever. This sort of a person will be qualified, right, to be a guest of Yahweh Eloheinu, to be his guest, right? This one benefits from his guidance, from Yahweh's guidance and protection, and therefore will successfully withstand the attacks of the wicked. So not only being protected, guided and protected by Yahweh Eloheinu, right? But also being able to successfully, victoriously, with salvation, withstand, right, the attacks of the wicked, the attacks of the ungodly. So, when people say, well, what is a man? Right? On that level, we say, what is man that thou art mindful of him? But what is a man? What we see very, very clearly right here is that there are some ethical standards, right, that we can practice, right, and we should practice and perfect in the way, truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. But here to today's daily psalm. Let's see what's going on right here. Yes, sir.
Psalm 15. Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoureth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things shall never be moved, shall never be moved, shall never be moved, shall never be moved, shall never be moved.
Amen, amen, amen. Let's do these things. Let's do these things. Let's learn to do these things right here. Today's daily.
מזמור ט"ו, מזמור לדוד. אדוני, מי יגור באהליך? מי ישכון בהר קודשך? הולך תמים ופועל צדק, ודובר אמת בלבבו. לא רגל על לשונו, לא עשה לרעהו רעה, וחרפה לא נשא על קרובו. נבזה בעיניו נמאס, ואת יראה אדוני יכבד. נשבע להרע ולא ימיר. כספו לא נתן בנשך, ושוחד על נקי לא לקח. עושה אלה לא ימות לעולם.
Psalm 15. Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoureth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things shall never be moved, 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 shall never be moved.
מזמור ט"ו, מזמור לדוד. אדוני, מי יגור באהליך? מי ישכון בהר קודשך? הולך תמים ופועל צדק, ודובר אמת בלבבו. לא רגל על לשונו, לא עשה לרעהו רעה, וחרפה לא נשא על קרובו. נבזה בעיניו נמאס, ואת יראה אדוני יכבד. נשבע להרע ולא ימיר. כספו לא נתן בנשך, ושוחד על נקי לא לקח. עושה אלה לא ימות לעולם.
Psalm 15. Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned, but he honoureth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things shall never be moved, 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 shall never be
moved. Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, yes, yes. Lift up your head. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, give praise, give thanks and praise. Shabbat Shalom, send salam right here. Just a seal up right here. That was like the B side, the instrumentals. Let's hear A side.
Send salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Still we striving for better, and we not gonna stop till the battle is won and we get justice. Cause if you lose your stand, anyone will try to push you over and over. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Don't be discouraged by the pitfalls and their worries. Pain endure for one night, but joy cometh in the morning. And if you lose your soul, there's nothing to gain. It will be over. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Now go bow cause the color of my skin. Now go cheat because me want to win. Now see the crown and still no know the king. Now see blessing and no blessing. Cause if you lose your stand, there comes someone to push you over and over. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Time getting older, still we striving for better. And we're not gonna stop till the battle is won and we get justice. Cause if you lose control, they'll send someone to run you over
Senbet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Senbet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. Hey. Senbet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2:1-2 talks about the Sabbath. Enoch and Methuselah, they kept the Sabbath. Abraham, Isaac and Jacob kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? It's the way how they lived. They kept the Sabbath. Solomon and David, they kept the Sabbath. Praises they give the Most High on the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? Christ came in the earth and he kept the Sabbath. The early church, they kept the Sabbath. The 12 disciples, they kept the Sabbath. Don't forget the Sabbath day, eh? Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Don't you forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Praises on the Sabbath. We take rest on the Sabbath. Don't work on the Sabbath. No buying and selling on the Sabbath. Because it is the Most High's day. We chill on the Sabbath, read the scriptures on the Sabbath, have a class on the Sabbath. We gather on the Sabbath, the assembly. We beat the drum on the Sabbath. We sing on the Sabbath. We don't do our own thing on the Sabbath. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Babylon want us to forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome want us to forget it. Sabbath day. From the beginning of time, the Most High established the Sabbath day. Sabbath day. Why would people think the Most High would want to take that away? It's a day when mankind humble themselves, praise the Most High and pray. From all the worldly things they have to turn away. So don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Sabbath day. Don't you forget it. Never forget it. Never forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Rome wants us to forget it. Sabbath day. Genesis 2:1-2 talk about the Sabbath. Enoch and Methuselah, they kept the Sabbath. Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, Yeshua, the 12 disciples, the early churches. Never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. I never let go of the Most High. 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 Never let go of.
Senbet Salam. Senbet Salam. Senbet Salam. Sabbath peace, Sabbath safety, Senbet peace, rest safely, rest. The true rest and peace is in Christos and in Him. Salam.
Shabbat Shalom, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet Salam, Senbet
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.